Check one, two. Check one, two. Check one, two. We are live. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sir Irwin's in the building. Welcome in, Sir Irwin. Appreciate you tapping into the stream today. Welcome in, y'all. Appreciate you joining. LeMay's welcome in as well. How y'all feeling today? Let me see. Izat, welcome in. Hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you so much for tapping into the stream. Appreciate y'all being here. Welcome in. Welcome to Track Talk, y'all. We're going to get flowing with some music here in just a couple minutes. Let me get some things refreshed and some things updated. I would love to. Shane Paul's in the building. What's up, Shane Paul? Welcome in. How are you feeling today? Derek Bennett's in the building. I see you. I got you on the board. You're ready to go. If you want to submit your music, it's at the link in my bio. You can just choose the lane that you want to go into. We'll get rolling here in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. We'll get kickstarted with the music. Latitude Studio, good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. Link in bio. If you want to submit. Rachel, welcome in as well. I appreciate you tapping into the stream. Welcome in. How are y'all feeling today? If y'all are coming in on TikTok, do me a huge favor and tap the screen, share out the live, repost, send in your heart me. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. We'll get rolling here in just a couple minutes. I'd appreciate y'all tapping in. Let me see over here. Let me refresh. Yeah, Derek, you're set. You're ready to go. And let me update a few other things as well. Michaela, welcome in. I hope y'all are doing amazing today. Welcome into the stream. Ivy's in the building. Chris is in the building. What's up, Chris? Good to see you. If y'all are coming in for the first time as well, I would love to know where you're joining from. If you make music, would love to know the kind of music that you work on, how long you've been doing it. Would love to chat, answer some questions for a little bit. Thank you for the follow, Michaela, and Ivy. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it a lot. Mellow Music in the building. How you feeling? I would love to. Link in bio. I'll explain the whole spiel. I have a spiel that I gave at the start. I'll explain the whole structure of the live stream, the whole spiel in just a couple minutes. But everything is at the link in my bio. So you can already, if you already know you want to submit, you already know you want to get in line, then of course you can follow the steps there. It should be really easy. But if you want more details on like the structure of the live, what we do, kind of the way that things are formatted, then that'll happen in just a couple minutes once I get Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok up and running and moving. Bexa in the building. Thanks for tapping in. Yeah, SoundCloud's fine. Greg, appreciate you joining. Welcome in. I got hiccups. Stellar Bites in the building. What's up, Stellar Bite? Let's see. Sweetcore, I'm a techno artist. Let's go. How long have you been doing that? Are those real synth files? Shane. I know you know the answer to that, but yes, they are. Absolutely. Link in my bio. If you want to submit everything's at the link in my bio. Adrian is in the building. What's up, Adrian? Welcome in. Izad, if you want to submit everything's at the link in my bio. So Brevo, welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing. Or is it 50 Brevo? Let me know. I want to make sure I get it right. I just know sometimes it's hard to figure out what the names are. Walking Dead's in the building. Boom, 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 boom. That's the wrong way. No, that's Stranger Things. I can't remember. Wait, what? How does the Walking Dead theme go again? Or is it close to that? Is it pretty close to that? Link in my bio. Go to the link in my bio. You'll see the submission form there. Everybody submits to the same place, keeps everything in order, keeps everything organized. Chris is in the building. What's up, Chris? So good to see you in here. Appreciate you tapping in. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share the live, repost, send your heart me. It does help out the stream quite a bit. If you want to submit it, it's at the link in my bio. Give me just like 5 minutes before I kickstart the live and I let y'all know kind of what's going on and the structure of the live, the way things are ordered and the way things flow. We'll get into all of that in just a moment as well. Derek Benegali, Chris, I got you as well. Somehow related, I got you as well. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you joining. 50 Brevo from South Africa. Absolutely, I'm doing great. It's been a great day. Thanks so much for tapping in. Cinematic Hymn album. Ooh, let's go. Send another track off for Mix and Master today. Let's go, Derek. I love to hear that. I love to hear it. No worry. I can remove one of them. Give me a sec. Yeah, I see it. Let me remove it. I got you. Izad, if you don't listen when I tell you where to go, I can't help you. I can't help you. I've told you 5 times. You got to go to the link in bio and you're not listening to me. So If you want to submit, link in bio. If not, you can't just spam the chat. If you spam the chat, you get muted by a mod, which I don't want to happen. I want you to be able to contribute. I want you to be able to chat with people, network, and work with people. But if you keep spamming the chat, especially after I've told you a bunch of times where to go, then you most likely will get muted by a mod. Okay, sounds good, Michaela. Sounds good. Give me just 1 second to refresh over here, and then we'll dive into it. Homer Simpson's in the building. No way. I'm somehow related. Beautiful. Rachel, got you. Okay, so you're ready to go. Derek, I got you. Chris, I got you. Let's see. And then no limits. I'm going to remove one of those. Boom. So you just have the one there. Perfect. And then Chris, got you as well. Appreciate you so much. And Michaela, I got yours in that line as well. Okay, one moment. Let me double check a few things here, and just like Raising Grace, welcome in like a minute. In a minute, we'll get moving. In just a moment. Let's see. I didn't want to be disrespectful. Disrespectful about what? Maybe I'm sure I'm missing comments. So give me just 1 second. I'll try to go back through it and see what I missed. I'm like, disrespectful. What'd you say? What in the world did you say? Starkovich, thank you for the follow. Raising Grace, everything as well. I hope you're doing amazing as well. Mara Lore, welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see. Do you accept song concepts? I wrote it, but AI did the music and vocals so I could hear it. Yeah, I do. I mean, that's the bullet answer right there, right? Is I do. I don't prefer it, just because a lot of what we break down has to do with the like hyper nuances of what you're doing in the structure of your music. So I love working with producers and musicians and songwriters and engineers and stuff like that to help them with the nuances of editing and polishing and structuring their music a little bit better and really getting into the details of that, especially on the consultation side. Those are 20 to 30 minutes long, diving into those details of your music. That's just more challenging to do if a lot of the music is, especially if you are writing lyrics, but you're just popping up the rest of the music, that can make it a lot more challenging to really understand the nuances of that and how to have edit points for that. So I don't prefer, I do. People do submit AI, they do. And that's fine. I'm not here to hate on you. I'm not here to trash you. But it is not as in line with the amount of value that I really love offering people. So I'm not here to trash you for it. I'm not here to hate you for it or anything like that. That's not my MO. That's not the way that I operate. I want you to be able to express yourself, freely and however creatively is fulfilling for you. That's up to you. It's not as in line with the kind of the really detailed consultations that we do. So people do. I would say, often-ish, people will send in songs like that just to get it out there and maybe still help with songwriting. Like I still like talking about songwriting, vocal structure, phrasing, lyric structure, stuff like that. So that to me can still be really valuable. So to me, it really just comes down to what would be valuable for you, especially because if you're going to be in the paid consultation side where we deep dive into your music, I want to make sure I have the ability to offer you as much value as possible, 100%. I'm currently getting a voice coach, so I'm not ready to do. Yeah, I love that. No, that's amazing. Flowers for that. Alan's in the building. What's up, Alan? I had to stop in and say hi. Hope you're doing all. Hey, you as well, Alan. Appreciate you tapping in. All right, let me double check just a few things. And thank y'all for the heart me's as well. Raising Grace, I appreciate that. Libby, Ezra, thank you so much for tapping in. Give me just one moment here. I'll refresh one more thing, and then we will dive into the music. Derek Bennett, Chris, Janet, somehow related, and Mike in the building with Run Run Baby. Let's go. And then let's see. Ivy Zane, Michaela. Emergent vibing. Let's go. Okay, I got you all ready to go. Let's go ahead and dive. I don't want to wait too long to get into the music today, so let's go ahead and dive in. Retrack is in the building. It's Retrack's birthday. Retrack, do you have any music to work on, my friend? I already told you the other day for the modding, I need to help you out. So if you have anything that you're working on, let me know. And I got you. I want to show some love. And also, man, that's the family. That is the family right there. So I need everybody in here to show some love to Retrack. Follow them, of course. That's like, a given. But show them some love, show them some support. Go buy a beat. You know what I mean? Go show him some love. Make his birthday wishes come true. Go buy a beat. Go get a production. Go send him gifts. I don't know how that works, but go show Retrack some love. That's the family. Happy birthday, man. Seriously, nothing but love from Libby and I. We appreciate you so much, man. More than you know. One of our favorite people. That's good people right there. Let me know if you got something, man. If you got something, drop it in the free, and I'm gonna give you some love. Okay, let me double check. Dreams in the building. Dreams Dump, welcome in. Dan, appreciate you being here. All right, y'all, we are going to get into some music, so let me get my spiel ready. Let me get my spiel ready. Let me give my the spiel that I give every single live. So if you have been here many times before, you can check out for the next 90 seconds as I give my daily spiel on how the live works and what we do here. But I do appreciate, thank you for the follows as well. Sounds good. And then Elias, I got you. Elias, good to see you back in here as well. I hope you're doing fantastic. Okay, so just really quick for those of you, let me give my spiel and then we'll dive into some of the details here. But if you have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate y'all spending some time in here, taking some time out of your day to listen to some music, to learn, to grow, to network, to work with other creatives and tap into an environment that hopefully is a very positive space for you. That's always going to be our goal. If you have never been here before, there are 2 lanes that you can submit your music to. This is Track Talk. This is where we talk about your music. There are 2 lanes you can submit to. There is a free line. That free line is up to 2 minutes of your list. It sounds good. I know the phone's crazy. Yeah, it's like you hop into a live stream for like 3 seconds and it's like smoke's coming out the bottom of it. We have a free line. The free line is up to 2 minutes of your song and then a quick note at the end. Those are very fast. Up to 2 minutes of the song, quick note. And then we have the consultation side. The consultation side is the bulk of what we're going to get to. That is the kind of the main format of the stream. That consultation side are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. Like I said, 20 to 30 minutes, multiple times through your song, your track, your instrumental, whatever it is. Whatever you send in, we're going to go through it several times to really get into the details. Thank you for the roses. Get into the details and the nuances of what you're doing. We're going to dive into mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, song structure, stuff like that. It's going to be a lot of detail in regards to what you're doing, both creatively and practically within the structure of your music. Those are not quick reviews. That is not a trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. That is a long form deep dive. The goal is to offer some very specific, professional, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. You can absolutely send beats, whether it's an instrumental or a full song. It could be a voice memo, it could be an early demo, a work in progress, any style, any genre, any level of preparedness, any level of quality, any language, does not matter to me. No matter what, we're going to dive deep and really get into the details of your music. For those of you who do not know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 15 years, probably 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist, so a lot of the structure, a lot of the perspective of what we're doing here is from that place. Like I said before, I'm not here to roast you and trash you. I'm also not here to hype you up and give you exposure. If that happens, if the algorithm takes off and something cool happens, you get eyes and ears on your music, fantastic. But that's not my goal. It's not the way I've prioritized structuring the stream, because we take a long time. Every song that we listen to on the consultation side, we take a long time, which is not great for the algorithm maybe sometimes, but hopefully it's great for the value and it's great for what we're looking to do here. So if you want to submit, let's get to submission really quick and then we'll dive into the music. We already got lanes filling up like crazy. So haven't even heard the first song. We already got like 22 people in here. So if you would like to submit your music and you're on TikTok, we're live on 3 platforms. So if you are on TikTok, you will go to the link in my bio and you'll see a tab that says submit. That is also where you see the queue. So you go to the tab, you'll see the submissions for either of the lines, whether you want to go into the free line and for the quick listen, or if you want to be on the paid consultation side where we do the deep dives. If you're there, of course, you can also see the queue. There's a tab that says see the queue. And from there, you can go and see, where you are in line, the order, whether you want to skip forward or go faster or come out of the free line or anything. All of that's there. I need water. I'm dying. Hold on. It's a long spiel. It's a lot of talking. I don't want to hear it. All right. Thank y'all for the follows as well. Silex, thank you for the Go Populars. Thank you for all the gifts, man. I appreciate you so much, man. It's a lot of love. Y'all show some love to Silex as well. Thank y'all for the follows. Okay, so TikTok, link in bio. That's where it is for everybody. That should make it nice and easy. Link in bio, you're ready to go. If you are on the Red app, use your imagination. It starts with a Y and a T. I was like, what does it start with? Y and the T. If you're on the Red app, then you can go to the description for the live stream and you'll see everything you need. If you are on the Purple app that starts with a T that we are also live streaming on, you can type !submit and the link will present itself to you in the chat. I think I'm good. I think I covered everything that I need to cover. It is now time for some music. So let's get into some music. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have already been amazing. Thank you for the follows, for the gifts. Local homie, thank you for the roses. Silex for the go populars. If I'm missing anything, I got to make sure that I catch it. Local homie, thank you for the rose. I think that's about all. The feedback is so thorough and detailed. Submit your music. It is worth it. Chris, I appreciate you more than you know. I see a song of yours in the chat. I'm sorry, not in the chat, but in the line. Can't wait to dive into it. Can't wait to dive into it. Shout out to Chris, man. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love as well. Retrack, thank you so much for the modding. I appreciate that a lot. Can I submit a song of a small creator that I enjoy? Yeah, as long as it, as long as this, the small creator is not like The Weeknd. I don't know. People just like, kind of they send like, hey, I kind of like this song and it's like Ed Sheeran. You can't do that. But if you have some connection to it, I mean, again, a lot of the things that we talk through and we break down here are really nuanced elements of the music, right? The goal of that is to offer as much value as possible to the people that are in front of us, to the artist or the producer, the musician, the songwriter, the engineer that's in front of us to help them with what they're doing, or even just celebrate some of the really amazing nuanced things that they're doing as well. That's harder to do if the person's not here, but it doesn't mean we can't still break down what they're doing so that everybody can learn from it. If they have a beautiful vocal mix, let's talk about why. If they have really, really clear, crystal clear separated low end and percussion, we can talk about why and still break it down and kind of get into that. And hopefully that's still valuable. So you can submit them if they're legitimately small, kind of underground or something like that, and you really like what they do. It's just not as I don't think it would probably be as valuable. And I love trying to offer as much value as I can. Thank you for the question though. Torvik, my dude, I'm getting married next year. Let's go, Dovefo. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Where's my like, I know this sounds like a drug commercial, but that's the only happy music I have on my stream deck right now. Shout out to Dovefo, one of the OGs. Appreciate you hopping in, man. Congratulations. It's amazing. Marriage, potentially, can be absolutely fabulous. It is for us, and I hope it is for you as well. All right, let me double check a few things real quick. Answer maybe just a few things. Make sure I'm not missing anything. And then we're gonna dive in. I'll go to the line, and I'll just start running it from the top. We'll start getting into the music. All right, let's get in. Let's get it. Let's see. Dude, don't even worry about it, man. Don't even worry about it. I'm just happy to see that name. There's never any pressure. Henry, thanks for the follow. Never any pressure to submit, to skip, or anything like that. I'm just glad that you are in the chat, man. That matters more than anything. Matters more than any submission. I appreciate you so much, man. Giso, welcome in as well. Play my music. No, I'm just kidding. Link in my bio if you want to submit. So bossy. Why are you so bossy? At least say please, Jesus. All right, let me double check a few things. Play it now. All right, let me double check a few things really quick. Just make sure that I'm caught up on the line and kind of see where everything's at. Make sure that I'm good to go, and then we'll dive into the music. Play me now. Let's see. Yeah, that's what he said. He said, "Do it now, or your family dies." All right, it's at the link in my bio. I'm just messing around. I hope you know that. It's at the link in my bio if you feel like submitting. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. We're doing at a castle that's a part of a hotel. Gordon Ramsay, but dude, that sounds sick. Where's the castle? Talk to me about I'm trying to move into a castle. I'm trying to get my witchy era. I need a castle. I need some medieval vibes. I'm tired of like the modern age, to be honest with you. Okay, let's go back. I'm just kidding. Let's not go back, but let's get into it, man. We're gonna play the music right now. We're gonna play it right now. We got is it Polissiren? I think is the name of the artist here. White Light Hummed, I think is the name here. But let me double check a few things. Let's make sure this is where it needs to be. This is still in progress in our first attempt at recording. I know the mix is terrible. But wanted to get some initial feedback on the track, on the song. Oh, typo. It's White Light Hums. Okay, sounds good. It happens. But is Polissiren the correct name right there? I'm gonna submit when I've got the song finished up. Like in 3, you know how it is. Like, yeah, in the next 4 years when I finally get the creative capacity to finish a project. All right, this is White Light Hums. Makes more sense. That adds up. By Polissiren. Work in progress. Keep that in mind, y'all. Work in progress. Do me a huge favor before we get rolling here. If you, there's a whole album that's about to be reviewed. Let's go. If you would like to submit your music, it's at the link in my bio. You can see the line there. You can go to either queue. It's largely the same on any platform that we're on. Just keep in mind that we will always play from the top to the bottom. We'll go through consultations. And if we have time, we'll get through as many free as we can. I would love to do some giveaways today. And maybe get some of y'all out of the free line potentially. Just because I know that it's sometimes rare that we get there. Sometimes it takes a long time to get there. So on and so on, just kind of depends on the day. So I would love to snap some of y'all, snap my fingers and pull y'all out of that line just to see what happens with some of y'all's music. But let's get it. Let's get it. This is a work in progress. Keep that in mind, but let's dive in. This is White Light Hums by Polissiren. Give me all of the details. So I love context. I love details, so on and so on. Talk to me about, the role that you play in your music. Is this a band? Is it a single artist? Is it a BeatStars lease? Is it self-produced? Is it self-engineered? You go into a studio working with an engineer? Give me some details. And let's dive into it. Let's dive into it. 80s vibe. Lynn drum in the background. Come on. Welcome in on the Purple app. I see you. Welcome in. We are doing long-form music consultations for artists, producers, and musicians, and engineers. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. You know it, Vadis. You know it. The most important key? C minor. Nay. D sharp minor. Yeah, that's fair. Wait, which keyboard are we talking about? Yeah, which keyboard? Thank you. I appreciate it. I love this. Yeah, bro. You know me, Silex. You know me. Come on. It is very relaxing. Very relaxing. Appreciate you, Vadis. Thanks for tapping in. Beautiful voice too. Is this whoever's here in the chat, JV? Is this you singing, or let me know what you do in the band? So thanks for this follow, y'all. Appreciate it. Yeah, type !submit on the Purple app, and the link will present itself to you. Awesome. What kind of keyboard are you playing? I love keyboards, as you can see. Thank you. It's Russ. I appreciate you. Very cool. Very cool. I love that this is your first time ever recording together. That's impressive. Of course, we can talk about clarity, separation, but I love the feel, I love the emotion. It's beautiful. Sounds good. Appreciate you tapping in. Thank you for the follow, Lincoln. Love that chord. Looking good. You can check it at the link in my bio if you're submitting. There's a tab that'll say see the queue. Website's not loading. That's weird. Sometimes if there's a regional issue, you can try on another platform, but yeah, I don't know why. It's like 80s ballad shoegaze. Like it's reflective and environmental and so much ambiance, but then it has this like Lindrum Juno pads feel to it. It's really interesting. I like it. What's up, Techno? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother. Really like the feel. I'll have to check it out. That's cool. Oh, and it's done. All right. Oh, so some love. Abrupt little ending right there. 5 minutes and 57 seconds. I'm assuming maybe there's a little bit more song structure there at the end. You're good. Does it go? Same, Tap. I do too. Does it go farther? Is there a bit more structure there too? No, you're good. You're totally good. No worries at all. I shouldn't know if more valuable things happen or if it's largely kind of a cutout after that and it kind of fades out right there. If you would like to submit, anybody would like to submit, it's at the link in my bio. Don't spam the chat. If you spam the chat, you will get muted by a mod, and we don't want that. Nobody wants that. So don't spam the chat, but if you would like to submit your music, either for a really detailed breakdown, the consultations that we're diving into here, or in the free line, then you, of course, can do that at the link in my bio. You got feedback? It was too long. Okay, I do want to talk about that, and we can talk a little bit about that as well. Put my song 3 Words in My Heart here 2 days ago. Beautiful. I got you, Nemo. I got you. Go ahead and submit it to the free line, Nemo. I think you sent in 10, right? I think you sent in 10. Just remind me really quick, though. I'm going to bring you up, but I'll have you submit it to the free line. Perfect. I got you. I'm going to give you a boost as well for having to hold. If you want to submit it in the free line, if you got some time, I'll bump you up. You'll be ready to go. Just let me know once you do so I can go and check it. Yeah, if you want to submit everything. Yeah, this is our first song. We already have like 30 something submissions. So the line does tend to fill up here, whether in the free line or the consultation side, to be honest with you. It does tend to fill up pretty quick. So people like to move around a lot. But let's get into, yeah, of course, Nemo, I got you. As easy as that. All right, but let's dive in. We got JV in the building here. On the keys. Let's dive into it. I do want to double check one thing real quick. I wanted to see what you said here real fast. Someone else is singing another member. She plays guitar too. Keyboard and bass. Okay, beautiful. Just wanted to double check. So keyboard and bass. So let's dive in. That is White Light Hums by Polissiren. So let's dive in. Let's get into some of the details here. But y'all, please show some love. I love the feel. I love the energy. I love the sense of nostalgia. Like I said, it's like an interesting hybrid of like 90s shoegaze and like 80s pop ballads. Like it's a really cool blending of these different textures, right? And I think y'all have done a great job of doing that. One of the things that is the most difficult with genres like this and spaces like this is having the ambiance that you want and the space that you want and the reflection that you want. I mean, these huge cathedral, reverbs and these massive delays and all this energy. You have all of these things going on. It can be challenging on everything. Everything's got reverb. Everything has all of this energy, right? It can be challenging to then still get some level of clarity and some level of like separation between these elements so you can actually still hear what's going on. That I actually hear the synth, right? I hear that nice little Juno style pad right there in the middle. and it's reverb. I hear the vocal and it's reverb, but I'm still getting kind of the core fundamental source that you have there. That's kind of what I want to focus on a little bit here. Now, obviously, like you said, this is not mixed yet, or it's like an early, it's your demo mix. It's your first time recording. For y'all's first time recording, y'all are doing an awesome job. Don't even worry about it. There's so many things that you can learn, and you can, right? Like you can learn and you can try some things out, but a lot of it just takes repetition. Like I was trained in studio. I spent 2.5 years in a, training in a studio, doing a private mentorship there. And when I got out of that and started like taking on my first clients, I still sucked. You know what I mean? Like, even though I'd been doing it for a long time, I still struggled to execute at scale. And so I think one of the most beneficial things that y'all can do is not put all of your eggs in one basket and not feel like this. Try to get the song as far as you possibly can, but don't feel like it has to be this thing, this one. You'll need to make a lot of music and mix a lot of songs and fight through a lot of mixes, and the language behind that will become so much more clear. Your understanding of production and mixing will become so much more clear. This is your first time recording, and you have a good song. You have a sound, you have a sonic identity, you have a good song. So like I love what you're doing. I think it's fantastic. And just feel like, take the pressure off. Like, this song needs to be perfect, and we got to put it out. We got to whatever. Sure, try to do that. Like, try to make it good. Of course, that's what we're here to do. At the same time, take some pressure off and allow yourself to go through the process of executing at scale, so that you can it just takes a lot of repetition, a lot of flexing of these different muscles in order to really understand what's going on here. Okay, let's dive in. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details here, as we always do with the consultations. Keep that in mind. When we do the consultations, we go back through your song multiple times and we dive into the details. Also, thank you for the heart me. Of course, Nemo, I got you. I know sometimes when you haven't submitted before or have never been saved before, you're like, I hope I'm actually saved. I hope this works out. I promise you it all. We've been doing it for 3.5 years. I'll always make sure y'all are taken care of. So Nemo, let me pull you up. Boom, I see you right there. Let me get you up there. So Nemo, you now have 15. So I think you submitted 10. I got you with the 15. So you got the extra 5 up there to give you at least a little bit of headroom there. All right, let's. The imperfect part is sometimes what people gravitate towards. Facts, 100% Tepno, 100%. Let's dive in. Let's run it from the top. I love all of this space right here. I even love the noise. I even love this like self noise and this white noise that we're hearing in the background here. This is filling in the middle of the mix right here. It feels old cassette. It feels fuzzy. It feels like there's a bunch of ambiance, and there's already some space. Like little things like that. This is not like, oh, we should cut all the noise, and we get all this stuff. Like, sometimes it's part of the endearing elements of your music to have some just like human flaws in it that feels interesting. It feels like, I wonder why that's there. Why did they decide to do that? Like those little steps to me are really endearing to listen to. I wouldn't cut and polish and like surgically remove everything, especially in this genre. Now, if this is a super modern like electronic song, sometimes you still lean this direction, but sometimes you want to be a little bit more surgical with it. But it really just depends. It really just depends on why and what you're doing. Tep knows this. Like, Tep does a lot of like chill house stuff, like melodic house and stuff like that. And sometimes, like you said, like sometimes you'll use RC20 or something like that, and you'll add, or Cymatics Origin, you'll add tape sound, you'll add vinyl noise and crackle in the background. And then other times you have like really rigid, really clean, really sharp productions that are for a very specific purpose. So I love that this is a little bit looser right here as well. Okay, let's run it. No worries. Take your time. We'll be here for a couple hours. I'm gonna listen for this pad here really quick. Yeah, remind me really quick, JV, I think you said you're playing keyboard. What keyboard are you using, or what are you using to get? Is this like a VST with a controller, or what keyboard are you using to get these sounds? It'll just let me know the kind of control and where I would direct you to make any changes at all. OB6, come on with the Oberheim. Let's go. Fire. I would love one. they're right out of my price range right now. But man, I would love an OB6. Yeah, same. I was about to order one, Tep. I don't know if I still will. I was about to order one and then prioritized some other stuff. I'm about to get a shit ton of stuff here in the studio. And I ended up prioritizing something else over it. I was like, I obviously have a bunch of other synths and there's some other things that I needed more on the tracking side in the studio than the Moog right now. I might still, if I can finagle some things, maybe I'll still go that direction. Because I really would really love to have one on another rack over here, but just haven't prioritized it. So one of the things that let me back this up here a little bit. I have a DX7 and a DW8. Dude, I love my DX7. I love that thing so much. They keep on the wall to hold acoustic panels. Hey, it's doing its job. So obviously, most of this early part here is just a couple chords, right? We have the A major, D major. We have like a F sharp minor 7 that opens up in the middle there a little bit. One of the things that I would watch in your tracking here, first note here is synth to vocal to drum is really, really loud. So the pads that are in the background, as much as I love them, and I love the OB6, and I love the modulation that you have on there, that quick modulation chorus on there is just beautiful, has such a great texture. Nick, thank you so much for the heart me. Absolutely love it. Compared to where we're hearing the clarity of these vocals, as well as what's happening with the drum sequencing in the background, it kind of overwhelms its modulation and width, and the reverbs that are on top of it kind of overwhelm the rest of the mix. So I would love, as much as I love it, to probably bring that pad back down by just 2 or 3 dB, maybe 3 or 4 dB, and just kind of bring it back down into the middle of the mix, because there's really not a lot that this vocal needs to compete with unless that pad is really forward. Then that vocal is competing with a lot of frequency that's in a similar pocket as the lead vocal. So it'd be nice to separate that a little bit, bring it back so that vocal has a bit more space in the mix. One of the other things, and again, a lot of this is stylistic too, so you can also feel free to ignore what I'm saying, right? Because you're the one creating the track, and you're also the one who's programming your synths and stuff like that. I wouldn't mind. There's a lot of blending that's happened. Now, the OB6 is only a 6-voice synth, right? So once you play more than 6 notes, it starts to re-trigger again, and you'll end that voice count at 6. So you shouldn't have to deal with this too much. It might still just be happening because of how long those reverbs are on the OB6 here. One thing I would be careful of is having a lot of long things happening at the same time. So, starting with these, the A major, and then we move here to the D, and, back to the A a couple times, and then we have an F sharp minor in there. The release of that envelope, and like the release of of the chords right there is fairly long, in tandem with you then having a 5-second modulated hall reverb on there, right? That's creating all of this interesting texture. Love the texture, but what's happening is, even with a 6-voice synth, which is fairly limiting. I know with like the Juno 106, same thing. It's fairly limiting, but it's also, we have the release long. So we're getting some blending of chords with the release right there when you move even just a couple notes. And then we have these really long reverbs. So what happens is a lot of those chords start to kind of blend together and step on each other a little bit, and it can start to sound, it's pretty and has a great, sonic property to it, but it can also start to sound a little muddy. It can also start to kind of run into each other a little bit. So I would maybe, if you're going to have a longer release on the synth where it's going to blend a little bit more, you probably can dial back the reverb by 20%, or shorten the reverb to 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds versus 4, 5 seconds, and kind of choose which part of your sound design is going to take up more space. Because if you do both, then they're kind of always stepping on each other, stepping on the vocal, washing out the drums and stuff like that. So slightly tighter sound design, I think, would benefit it. I still want all that space. I still want that ambiance. So you just got to be kind of choosy with when you lift pedal, when you have a longer release. And then, of course, the reverbs are going to be a huge part of this as well. Keep in mind, as well. I don't know if you're using internal effects or if you're processing some of that in the DAW. Um, I would also, if you're going to do anything in the DAW, also just be aware of anything where you're doubling up. Like if you're using any internal effects and then adding more effects in the DAW, just kind of be aware of that as well. But if you're doing anything in the DAW, sometimes it can be really helpful to just have it on an aux where you can control it a little bit more, as well as EQ it and stuff like that. If the reverb that you're using doesn't have an EQ or a filter attached to it, it can be helpful to have a little bit more control over that in the DAW on an aux, where you can actually like add an EQ in the DAW and reverb plugins are and through an aux. Okay, so if it still feels really muddy, there's a couple things that you can do, right? One would be, since you already have it set up perfectly, it's exactly what I would do. Since you're already doing it in the DAW and you already have it routed to a bus, what I would probably do is have your reverb on there, potentially EQ it if you want to. So one is like you could just cut out a lot of the low end of the reverb and just allow a little bit more of that high end to shine. Just like carve out anything under like 300 or 400 hertz and suppress it a little bit on that actual reverb aux to take some of that muddiness. So the synth will play, but you're going to get more wash and shimmer and shine over the top of it, not as much kind of like energy built up in the middle of the mix, because you don't have a whole lot of other elements that that are going to be filling that space. So it can be helpful just to actually filter and EQ that the reverb itself, especially if it's like a Valhalla or something like that. It can be helpful to kind of tame it a little bit so it's not too forward. The other would be to sidechain and actually have a compressor on the I love Valhalla. It's great. And also the what's the other one? The free one. I can't think of the name right now, and I don't care that much. But the free one is awesome as well. Use it all the time. The Echo. But anyways, the other thing that I would do is potentially sidechain, and you can do this subtly when you do the side chaining. And if you're going to do something similar to side chaining the reverb, you can do it very, very subtly. It doesn't have to be like a lo-fi, like kick hits in and whoosh, it's like a huge delay on the attack right there. Supermassive retrack, you got it. Supermassive. I love Supermassive on synths. It's fabulous. It's so good. But you can duck it lightly, even just like 3 or 4 dB with like a soft release and a soft attack right here. Vintage Verb, yeah, Vintage Verb. I mean, it's classic. It's so warm and reflected. Like it's awesome. It does a great job. Yeah, Supermassive is awesome, and I think it was free when I got it. I don't know if it still is, but it was. Yeah, Valhalla's awesome. I love their effects. But if you sidechain it from the synth to the compressor that's on the reverb, every time the synth plays, it'll duck, like I said, 3 or 4 dB out of it, right? So the synth plays and the reverb kind of suppresses for about 3 or 4 dB as long as that signal is there. And then as soon as you start to slowly release that signal, or the signal decays or it releases however long you want it to, that reverb will sneak back into the mix and then tail afterwards. But it's not constantly stepping on. It's not constantly stepping on your chords and mudding up the middle of the mix or anything like that, right? So there's a couple things. Maybe a few you do at the same time, or maybe just trialing a couple different things of filtering the reverb, EQing the reverb, pulling it down, even shortening it slightly. The editing of that could be nice to help, mitigate some of the mud that you're feeling there. And then another is tasteful sidechaining. You got to be tasteful with it. Otherwise you get this weird pumping reverb that just sounds nasty, unless you're doing like, house music, EDM or something like that. But it can be nice to help suppress it just a hair. Okay, let's get a little deeper. This is one of the few things that I would just start focusing on here. It's just regaining clarity. Still wide, still shimmery. You know what I mean? I still want all of that while slowly starting to get some more clarity here. And then in tandem to that, I would probably we have this nice kind of, like Lindrum style drum sequencing in the background here. Nothing wrong with that. I love that so much. I would love to give that, you don't have to beef it up like a live drum set. I don't think that's what you're trying to do here. So I wouldn't do that. But what I would do, if you haven't already, is just saturate it a little bit. Give it some harmonics, give it a little bit of character, a little bit of crunch, and a little bit more weight in the mix. You don't have to thicken it up too much, but giving it just a little bit of harmonics, a little bit of weight, and then allowing it to come forward by maybe about 2 dB or so it can just kind of compete in the mix and sound a little bit fuller, I think would be really nice as well. And to be honest, I might even say the same thing to the vocal and the bass too. So I think you said you did bass and keys. That bass can also come a little bit more forward. So a lot of what we're hearing here is just needing to control your ambiance maybe just a little bit better, so it's not all long, it's not all bright and shimmery, and it's not all there all the time. and at the same time, just rebalancing the mix. So we make sure that we get a little bit of drive from the drums, we get good clarity for the lead vocal, and we create space with the pads and with the synths in the background. But let's listen a little bit more. We'll chop through a couple parts here. I mean, I love the tone. It's a beautiful lead vocal. It's a beautiful lead vocal. But you can hear how all of this at the top here is disguising a lot of what's happening in the vocal. So another thing that I would love, once we, like, now we're imagining a world where drums and bass hold their own a little bit more, the pad comes down, we're better control over the reverbs and delays and stuff like that. And even, automating filters and stuff like that. Now, I don't know if you're running a MIDI setup and you can actually track everything in MIDI and then go back to the synth and automate your cutoffs and stuff like that, where maybe during the verses, we close that cutoff by just a hair, open it back up for the hook so it feels really vibrant and shimmery, stuff like that. That could be helpful to just creating some, or in the DAW, add another filter. It's another option, obviously. In the DAW, after that, on the audio that you have, add another filter that you can automate in the DAW. That makes it really easy too, right? You can kind of there's a lot of options nowadays. If you're going to print strictly off the synth, then you can go back and, of course, automate a couple things there as well. Okay, and then a little bit deeper here. One thing, like I was talking about, if we help suppress some of these other things, give a little bit more weight to the drums, a little bit more life to the bass, and then on the vocal side, if we can introduce just a little bit more weight in the low end of the vocal right now, it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful vocal. It's so good. It's airy, it's shimmery, it's doing everything that it's supposed to do, especially in this genre. I think it's beautifully, beautifully done and really clean. Like, I can hear a good, clean, well-tracked vocal. But it's just very bright, very airy, and there's no weight underneath it. So it'll be nice to give that a little bit more presence, a little bit more body as well. So especially around like 300 to 800 hertz, 300 to 700 hertz, kind of that little pocket right here. It sounds like a lot of that energy and below has kind of been pulled out of the mix to take away some of the mud right there. But what it's also done is taken away a lot of the natural life and fundamental frequencies of the vocal as well. So reintroducing just a little bit more of the energy and the mids and low mids of that vocal will help it feel a little bit more forward and a little bit more impactful in the mix as well. I'm going to look for one other thing and then we'll move on to the next song, but I think y'all are doing an amazing job. If this is your first record, fabulous. Really quick, as far as length goes, there's no rules to music, right? Isn't like Bohemian Rhapsody like 9 minutes long or something like that? There's no rules to music. So you can make music as short or as long as you feel creatively would be like valuable to the song. The thing that I will say is there's consequences to that, right? And it doesn't mean that one is right or wrong or objectively good or bad. It just means there's results that happen. Every song should be 4 minutes and 20 seconds. There you go. It just means that there's consequences to how you structure things. It doesn't mean that you have to like that those consequences are there or not. Just kind of depends. Here's what I'll say about this is a 6-minute song. It was longer, I'm assuming, because this was cut down to 6 minutes. This is a 6-minute song. I love me a 6-minute song. There's some songs that I really enjoy that are 6-minute songs. At the same time, in the example of Bohemian Rhapsody being 9 minutes long, that is like 5 different songs, right? If you listen to that song or a song similar, I mean, there's a lot of other, there's some really, there's a song called History by 070 Shake. That's like a 4.5, 5-minute song, but it literally has like 2 beat switches and a bunch of crazy dynamic ranges, goes down to like a cappella for a second, and it goes into another crazy production switch at the end right there. The thing that I'll say, as far as if you're going to have a 6-minute song, we do need a shift in dynamic. We need a shift in sound design. We need a shift in energy. We need to, change the way the song is formed in some sense in order for that to not just put people to sleep. And it can sound beautiful. It could be beautiful. It could be Grammy-winning mix and a beautiful, beautiful lyric structure and amazing instrumentation and stuff like that. But if it's too much of the same dynamic, too much of the same energy, same sonics, same chord progression, so on and so on, then the brain will just start to tune it out after about 2 minutes of hearing the exact same thing, right? It'll just start to slowly tune it out. So what I would do is if you want a 6-minute song, do a 6-minute song. Nothing wrong with that. If you want to go shorter, do a radio edit that's 3.5 minutes and you cut the last bridge and the last hook again and you consolidate the song structure a little bit more. And then you're good. I mean, you're good to go. You can always do stuff like that. But what I would probably do is, if you're going to have it longer, let's say 5 to 6 minutes long, or even 4 to 6 minutes long, to be honest, I would start to add in and take away different elements for your dynamics to make sure this has a bit more twisting and turning so that people don't tune out, because y'all do have really pretty instrumentation. You do have a great lead vocal here. But if even like if you start a song with like a crazy solo, but then the whole song is just a 6-minute crazy solo, you're like, hold on 1 second. How's this gonna work? Like, think of like Sweet Child of Mine or something like that, to be over cliche, right? Sweet Child of Mine, it has like 4 different guitar solos. If the whole thing, when you go to the verse though, it's just bum, 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 because it's overly simplistic on the verses. Going into the chorus, it's pretty strict through the chords. You can do a solo after every single hook, and a solo after the bridge, and a solo largely for the intro and the outro. And it gives you more context, right? Because there's moments where we go so simple, where it's just literally just chords and some like, power chords and stuff like that. So that's where the stuff like this matters, right? If you're gonna go super, super airy, wish I could just do a 6-minute solo fax. And you could. You could. And this is the fun thing about art, is no one can really tell you otherwise. You know what I mean? I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Elias, I appreciate you so much. Like, no one can tell you otherwise. If you decide, I want to, you know what? I want a 7-minute song that is nothing but airy synths and airy vocals, and that's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. No one can say that it's wrong, but they can say that they are not likely to stream it, and you will see that they are not likely to engage with it. So like what I would maybe do is, if like most of the song is big airy synths and it goes crazy and it's all bright and it's shimmering, bring it down for a moment, down to just with maybe that same vocal. And maybe there's still some shimmery pads in the background from the A to the D major right there. Like maybe there's still some of that happening with the airy vocal. And then you go, and you come in back with those really bright shimmery pads again, going into the hook one more time. The contrast between like a dry piano and really wide shimmery synths could give you the dynamic range that you're looking for. Joseph, thank you for the roses and the heart. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the hundreds of roses, man. I appreciate you so much, man. Okay, let me get into the outro of the song here really quick, but that's what I'm looking for. Long is not bad. Long is not inherently a negative thing in your song structure. We just need shifts. You just need to take us on a journey, right? It's like the difference between, like, do you want to go hiking in the mountains for 30 minutes, or do you want to walk in a treadmill for 30 minutes? Odds are you'd rather go on the journey. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not y'all, but I would rather go on the journey. I'd rather have some ups and downs and some views to see as we go than stare at a screen in front of us and just be in the same place for that 30 minutes. I'm still going to get exercise, and it might still be good that I'm on the treadmill for 30 minutes, but I'd much rather the view. I'd much rather some other interesting things that would capture my attention and capture the emotion of the moment a little bit more than just sitting on the treadmill. It's actually a fabulous analogy. Okay, let me get into the outro here really quick. Thank you so much, Davey. I appreciate you. I do my best. I do my best. Thank you so much, Spides. I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all a lot. Thank y'all for the love. Yeah, because I love the feel. I love the feel. It's good guitar tone. I love, like, I think that's the thing that's cool about what you're doing, is everything. I mean, I love those like 80s drums in the background. Huge fan. I'm obsessed with the 80s. Think it's great. So I love the drums. I love what the bass is doing. Obsessed with the pad. It's beautiful. Lead vocal is so pretty to listen to. It's just about how do we position all those elements to get as much out of them in the mix as possible. I think if you can figure that out, you're going to be in an absolutely, absolutely fantastic place. A lot of it has to do with processing and dynamics. If you can figure out processing and dynamics, you're going to be in a great spot. Y'all show some love. I know it took like 45 minutes on that, but y'all show some love to Polissiren right here in the chat. That's JV right here in the chat. The song is called White Light Hums. It's the first time they've ever recorded. So come on. The first time they've ever recorded. That's nuts. That's absolutely crazy. So man, please show some love. I love what y'all are doing. I cannot wait to hear more from y'all. Can't wait to hear your music as you evolve as a group, as a band as well. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be really fun to hear. We got Elias in the building. Elias, you're up next. Adrian, thank you so much for tapping in. JV, of course, absolutely anytime. Thank you for locking in. If you would like to submit your music that you're connected to, that you made or you managed or whatever that may be, then go to the link in my bio. You'll see a free line. You'll see the consultation side. What we just did for the last 40 minutes breaking down this song is the consultation side. Kay, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. So if you want to submit for these deep dives, make sure you go to that space. We're going to be on here for another couple hours, so definitely tap in. But if you would like a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive, make sure you submit to the proper lane. But let's get into it. Marvin's in the building. What's up, Marvin? This is Album Song 2. That's the name of the track here. I recently had the song reviewed and got some really helpful feedback. I've made a few changes based on that. Well, you sent it in here, right? Is that what you're referring to? Or are you to someone else that you sent it to and they gave you feedback in it as well? Let me see. I made a few changes based on that, and I was wondering if you remember the track and would be willing to give it another listen. Dude, of course. I'd love to hear what you think of it now. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I should have just read the rest of the message. You explained it perfectly right there. And then Mike McDonald, I just got yours as well. Since I'm in the middle, I already have the file pulled up, and I already am reading through Elias's. Yours just moved 5 pastas, but since I'm already in the middle of starting their breakdown and talking to them, I'm going to go ahead and play theirs first, and then, of course, yours is at the top of the list after that, currently speaking. I just don't want people to get confused. Like, wait, I'm on the top now. I want to respect the person that I'm reading currently. That way, I don't like start reading about their song. I'm like, oh, someone else. I want to make sure we get into theirs. But I do appreciate you so much. I got you in your spot, ready to go. I appreciate you tapping in. Okay, let's get into it. This is Elias Iverson in the building. I love what you do, Elias. I'm excited to get into it. Dr. Uggs, thank you for the follow. Let's get it. Hold on. Doesn't want to play. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. There we go. Give it 1 second. We'll dive in. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Joseph, I appreciate you so much, man. What a legend. What an absolute legend. Appreciate the gift so much, man. Thank you for those roses. But let's get into it. It is downloaded. Let's run it. Oh, yeah. I remember. We got the 80s vibes today. Come on. Oh, I love that synth. You'll have to type !submit in the chat, and the link will pop up for you. Oh yeah, I remember talking about bass. I remember talking about like the programming of the bass, or even the playing of it. Oh yeah, Elias, I love what you do. Elias is crazy. Skeezy, what's up? Guitar tone's crazy. EP1, baby. EP1. Yeah. I like it. The dumbed down is better. It just allows more space for the brain to kind of exist and comprehend it. Got you. The simplicity of the bass opens this up a whole lot. I heard the song maybe a couple weeks ago. So much more open. Woo. octave push is great. Tom, the composer, welcome in. Good to see you all in here. It is. It is. It is. The same place that you submitted at that same link, you'll see a tab that says "See the Queue." You can check the line there. Yeah, this is Elias. Yeah. This sounds familiar. This is familiar too. Progression and like the second to third at the top, or like the third harmony movement. Mo Records in the building. Welcome in. Really, JV? Just wait, out of nowhere already? No way. No way. Like before you ever knew that I was on TikTok? It's so classic. It feels so authentic. Mel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Y'all show some love to Elias Iverson. Just beautifully structured music. JV, that's crazy. I feel like that's the first time like something like that has has happened to me, that someone who already like kind of knew of me on another platform, like found me on another platform doing something else. That's awesome. I love that. I wonder what probably synth stuff maybe. That's a lot of what I post over there. But man, show some love. Thanks for letting me know, JV. That's dope. Boosting my ego a little bit. I'm like, oh my God, they're finding me everywhere. I'm famous. Like 3,000 subscribers. But man, that's so, yeah, the Poly D, oh yeah, hell yeah. The Poly D, that one one has like 60,000 views or something like that. So that one did bring in a broader audience. Mine's broken, unfortunately. There she is. Mine's broken, and I've been working with Sweetwater. They're getting me a new one. And it was supposed to become now. It was supposed to be, now that I was able to get the new one in. And I worked with them. We were emailing back and forth and calling back and forth, and they said that unfortunately they misread their inventory, and now it's pushed back again to like October. So I have not had my Poly D for like 8 months or something like that. 7 months, maybe 6 or 7 months, something like that. So, anyways, I'm just probably gonna do a jumper. I'm gonna like bypass the distortion that's broken. It's inline, unfortunately, which is annoying. So if the distortion circuit goes out or the rocker switch breaks, it will cut audio through that, which is unfortunate, because otherwise I wouldn't care. If something's broken, I'll just bypass. I'll just move around it. But unfortunately, since those cheap little plastic switches broke on the distortion circuit, which I never really use. I turned it on once because I was doing some session work. I was tracking it for a client of mine, and I was like, you know what, this could use a little push. Let me just do it right here instead of doing it in the box. And I flipped it on, switch went loose, audio cut out, and I was like, fuck. No. And yeah, and now there's no sound. It is completely silent, although the rest of it works. So what I'm probably gonna end up doing is I'll get theirs in. Dom, thanks for the follow. I'll get the new one in 6 months or whatever, but I'm probably gonna have to, I'll make a whole video. I'll probably post a video of it on YouTube as well. Because I like just documenting the stuff that I'm doing, especially when I'm fixing things. I'll have to open up the back and jump to bypass it, and hopefully that works. And just kind of get out of the way of it right there, and then just be able to use the rest of it. Because I love it. I love the fourth oscillator with the hold. I love the chorus circuitry. It's kind of a, Juno style chorus circuitry. I love that thing. It's a dope synth. Anyways, Anyways, this is not about my synths and my troubles with Behringer. This is about Elias in the chat. Let's run it. Let's run it. Let's run it. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of the details. Such a beautiful record. Yeah, I never. It's that's why it was so annoying to me. JV is I was like, I think I like maybe flipped it on like one, and I'd had it for I guess a year and a half or so before it crapped out. And I was like, you know what, like I never use this, but I wanted a little bit more out of it. And I was like, you know what, let me just turn it on and see what happens. As soon as I flipped the switch, it went dead. I was like, damn it. And I'll never use it again. When I get the new one in, I will not touch. I will do as little switching as possible. And I have more, like I don't know, 12, 13 synths in here. And like I have other Behringer synths too, some rack synths. I have like, the Pro 1, the Pro 800. I have the K2. None of those have given me any issues. The Pro 800, I'm sorry, the Pro 1, the Portamento, the glide's a little funky where it's like no glide, all the way glide. Like it's not really that smooth of a transition with the pot right there. And I just, they work. They do the job. If I want a grimy synth, the K2, which is an MS-20 essentially, is nasty. It is a nasty synth and it does some nasty stuff, and I like it. I like it a lot. So I'm a fan of having like as much as I like the OB6s, the Junos, the DX7s, and whatever and stuff like that, the Moogs. Like I like my cheap stuff too. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to spend $1,400 on like a barely working Profit 800 or something like that. This is probably not going to happen in the near future. So having that for $400 does the trick. Yeah. Put a tape on the facts. But 100%. Okay, let's run it, Elias. Let's get into some details. Y'all mentioned the S word, and anybody that's been here knows that if you mention synths, I will start ranting about synths for the next 29 minutes, and we'll never get back on track. So no more synths, even though we're about to talk about Elias' record that has a bunch of synths in it. But that's like my sleeper word, whatever. Like I've been hypnotized. They say, what about synths? And I'm like, I like snap out of something. Wait, where am I? I don't know what's going on. All right, Elias, let's dive in. Enough shenanigans. No, you're good. You're good. It's my fault. I take full responsibility for my lack of ability to focus when people talk about synths. 99% of this sounds fabulous, Elias. It's so good. So good. Absolutely all genres. Gorgeous. We're gonna talk about the one. Is that a little Fantasia D50 in the background I'm hearing too? It does sound fabulous. It's so open, it's so vibrant, it's so energetic. It sounds like a layer with the piano. You have the kind of like what is it, like the Roland SV kind of like piano in the background, and then you have like the D50 Fantasia shine over the top. D50 indeed. I love it. So I don't even know if I asked that the last time. Maybe I did, but I love that sound. I was this close literally, like today I'm pulling the trigger on one, and I just didn't yet. I don't know if I will. Maybe I will. I was this close to it. It's, to me, it's the holy trinity: the Juno 106, the DX7, and the D50. Of course, you got to throw like the M1. You got to throw the M1 in there as well. But I don't really need the M1. I have a Insonic down there that does kind of the Rompler M1 thing. If I just need some like crappy sounding brass sounds, then I have the Insonic down there. But I almost got the D50. I'm just so close. I'm so close to getting one, but I just have not quite gotten there yet. So close. There's other things I need more. Maybe once I sell, because I'm selling the Insonic. Maybe when I sell that, because I don't really use it that often. I'd rather get something else. Maybe when I sell that, I'll get the D50. I'll put the Juno at the top, and then put the D50 and the DX7 underneath it. Yeah, I love those. I wish I had like an SQ80. Those are fantastic too. Those are a cool feel. But yeah, I still like the Insonic. It just doesn't fit my workflow as much. Like I don't find myself gravitating towards it in the way that I work in my studio. If I'm not using something pretty consistently, it's gone. I get it out of here pretty quick, which is what I just did before. Like I had 3 drum sets. I sold 3 of them. I'm just getting one fantastic one. It's on the way. Just got the tracking notification. Brand new drum set, new cymbals coming in and everything. So like, I'm that's the way I always am. We're like, oh, I don't need this synth. I'll just get rid of them all. Like whenever I get the the other synth in, I will probably fix this up, sell this one for cheaper, for a good discount, like sell this one with the jump, without the distortion circuit, and maybe sell my mini log as well, and just get the Moog, or just, just get a grandmother, just get, maybe a sub 25 or sub 37 or something like that. Like, I like just having stuff I know I can go to all the time that doesn't have like a limitation creatively for me. And if, as soon as something starts to feel like a little bit of a limitation, my brain is like, oh, let's move over here. Okay, let's keep it rolling. Yeah, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Those breaks in there, so much smoother. Like, the underlying structure of this is so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Starkovich, you will never miss your track. If you weren't here, I either saved it or I'll wait it out for you to check it out. And y'all can always check the line as well. Where are you located? I'm in San Antonio, Texas. What kind of drum set did you order? I know, delaying my song, but actually, no, you're good. It's like a vintage capped, what is it? The satin white flame Gretsch. It's a Gretsch Catalina with like the vintage satin white flame. It's gorgeous. And then the cymbals are K suites. It's a full suite of K suites. I already have a K cluster, 16, and then I'm going to fill in with a 15-inch hats, 17, 19, and 21-inch ride. Just, it's phenomenal. They sound gorgeous. You could put the worst mics on it and it just sounds absolutely phenomenal. Feels better after the changes, but I still feel a bit blind to the song, so need feedback. Yeah, it's actually kind of middle and B section I want to look at here in just a moment. Most of this, like I said, 99% of this is fabulous, and there's like a couple transitions, and I think one synth on the hook, I think is a hook here, that's a little distinct for me. It kind of pops out, and then it feels less a part of a lot of the production structure, so I want to look at those a little bit. Oh, this is gorgeous, though. I quite literally would not touch, like, up until this point, I don't think you need to touch anything. It sounds so, and let's just taste-wise, you want to shift some things. Percussion's great. Guitar's nuts. Beautiful. Come on. EP1, baby. The piano here is, for a moment, again, I am just going to tell you what my brain starts doing as we go through it. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Doesn't mean it's good or bad. It's just like, here's what's happening as I consume this, right? As I listen to the song and where my brain starts to go. As soon as this like really bright, like rolling piano, whatever it is, comes in, it pulls me out for a second. I think some of it is just the staccato nature of it. We're already getting a lot of that from the percussion and the drums and the bass stops that we have. It feels a little sharp for the middle of the mix right here. I would almost, personally speaking, rather hear that with like a clean Bucket Brigade chorus guitar doing, the bum bum dum dum bum bum dum dum bum dum 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 bum bum dum, a little like funkier sounding and a little bit more tied, like highly compressed, sharp, bright Bucket Brigade vintage chorus kind of a feel on a guitar in there than I would hear the piano. The piano to me, what I'm hearing is I'm starting to like hear or feel, even if it's not, hear and feel the quantization in the song for the first time, kind of, when everything else is like so interesting and lively and natural sounding and just so well structured. When this piano comes in, for me, it's kind of the first time that I start to hear the rigidity of some of the production right there. So that's kind of where I'm starting to feel some of that energy shift here a little bit. Can you teach us how to understand some basic theory about music? I mean, whew, goodness gracious. I mean, that's loaded. That's loaded. My recommendation, I don't have time to, I guess I have time to talk about synths, but not that, but to dive too much into music theory. But my recommendation for anyone is to learn the steps of, at least basic steps consistently of every major and minor scale, so you can translate absolutely any song and play any song in any key on any instrument. That's the way that I learned how to like teach myself guitar at 8 years old, as I was already classically trained in piano from the age of like 6 to 19. I'd already started doing a lot of ear training and started like understanding like the, learning the scaling of every different key. And once I knew the steps and once I knew the scaling structure, I could do that anywhere, right? And I could just easily switch to a different key right there. So that's, loose recommendation. I'm taking way too long on these songs, so I gotta dive into some other stuff here. So either if this was maybe suppressed, maybe brought back just a little bit, not as open on the filter side, like maybe it felt a little bit more connected to the production, or it was actually like replaced with like a guitar doing something similar, or even like a Rhodes, like like something that's a little warmer, a little bit darker, that doesn't feel as transient, doesn't feel as sharp in the mix. Yeah, I mean, the quick background on me, I started playing drums when I was 4 years old. I started playing guitar when I was, I started playing piano when I was 6 through 19. And then I taught myself guitar at 8, taught myself Pro Tools at 12, and have been playing music and working around music ever since then. And then when I was about 17 years old, I started a 2.5-year private mentorship at a studio where I got trained in live sound mixing, but studio audio engineering, studio tracking, so on and so on. Spent about 2.5 years at that studio before I started doing stuff on my own. Miranda, thanks for tapping in. Welcome in, and happy Friday to you as well. So those little details right there, Elias, are like those 1%. So much of I hate even talking about anything on the song because it's so good. It's worth it, I think, to talk about it, but man, it's so good. All of this is so fantastic. Chris, some would say. I don't know if I would even say that, because that's the thing with music, is there's so many levels to it. There's so many, like, as much as I perceive myself to know, and as much experience as I think I have, and whatever, there's someone out there who's like, oh really? I was 7 months old when I first did a B flat diminished chord, and I'm like, well, okay. Like, there's always someone who's like, oh yeah, well I did Guild for 48 years somehow, and like there's just always someone who's done that, you know what I mean? Or it's like, oh, you've been engineering for 15 years or 18 years or whatever it is. We're like, well, I have 17 Grammys. And it's like, there's just always levels to it. So anytime that I feel, it's really easy to humble yourself in the music industry. So that's why I get kind of annoyed when people are super egotistical about their music, and egotistical about like the things that they've done, because there's so much like nuance to the music industry, and so much that's in the gaps. You know what I mean? Like I know people that have gotten Grammys or been nominated for Grammys, and it was just because they were in the door. This guy was like the guy, I won't say who it is because he doesn't, it's not like he's bragging about it necessarily. But he was just like an assistant at a studio. He was an assistant at a studio, and someone, I don't even remember who the artist was, in Atlanta or something like that, or maybe Nashville, I can't remember. But anyways, he was just an assistant at the studio, and he was, just like running. So he set up some mics. The engineer had to step out. He had to like go like take care of a family emergency. And so for an hour, he was just like setting up mics on the drums, and was the assistant engineer at that time. And he's got credit on like a Grammy nominated whatever record, because he was in the right place at the right time. It wasn't like he was a sought after, super talented, I mean, he's talented, but yeah, super talented person, right place, right time, has, a Grammy nomination, and he can put in his bio Grammy nominated engineer, whatever, stuff like that. So I think it's always important to have some nuance when we're talking about who knows Paul, and who is really bragging about their connections and their plaques and their stuff like that. There's a lot of nuance to the industry, 100%. Chris. Okay, this little synth in here. I like it, and I like what it's doing. There's something, I'm curious. I'm just curious. I got you, JV. I got you. Let me just double check really quick. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. No, I appreciate it, man. That's a lot of love. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much for doing that. Let me get through the rest of the song, and then of course, I'll try to go faster. I know I'm taking my time. I'm answering a lot of questions. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to be more concise as well. This one little synth here. So I'm curious if for me, it's just similar to the piano, and the verse. What's up, Sundry? Welcome in. Good to see you. I'm curious if it's just, again, kind of the attack. So this is a very zero attack, like tight decay kind of, right? And I love it. It's beautiful. It's a great synth. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I think you could probably leave it as it is, and it'd be fine. Kind of curious if we just like took the envelope and just slowed it down a little bit and took away some of the transients, and just like took away some of the sharpness, and made it more brass-like, as opposed to as sharp as it is right now. I don't know if that's the right answer, but for me, the only thing that is standing out to me in any part of this mix, where the drums are punchy and snappy, the bass is staccato and it's got great movement, there's all of these punchy, snappy elements in the song. Brass tabs and brig movements, heavy pianos and stuff like that. So what's happening is, I think if there's also then a bunch of lead lines that feel really snappy and poppy and staccato, it feels it's like too much salt. You know what I mean? Like salt is great. It adds a lot of flavor and it can, enhance things a lot, but too much of it. And all of a sudden we've turned the other direction where it's like, okay, now this is a little bit bitter. That's what my brain is doing, whether it's right or wrong, or you agree with it. That's not obviously necessarily what it's about, but that's what I'm leaning into is like, now I'm hearing too many poppy, snappy elements. And I kind of want some of those lead lines, the piano in the verse, like we were already talking about. And of course, maybe this kind of plucky saw that's happening in the chorus or perceived chorus, to soften a little bit, maybe just a hair slower on the attack, maybe a slightly lower decay on the envelope as well. Just make it a little still plucky, but a little darker, a little bit slower moving, so it doesn't feel too on the nose right there. Just my gut reaction to it. Those two parts right there, verse, piano, hook, synth, is that 1% for me. Everything else is absolutely gorgeous. See, all this is, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's smooth, it's open, because we already have bum, 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 bum. We already have this like fanfare in the background. We already have a lot of these staccato. So I think if every moment is constantly leaning at that direction where we finally smooth it out for a moment, and then there's a plucky, snappy thing happening over the top, we'll bias too much in that direction. And it's just like, it sounds so good. So that's why I'm saying like, I am slow to even mention anything because there's like two things in this entire song. It is a gorgeous, it is a polished, professional, gorgeous, gorgeous production. Let's go, Miranda. It's beautiful. Yeah, JB, it's amazing. I think I've heard 2 songs from Elias and all of them have been fabulous. Fabulous. Like just like, this, if you put Michael Jackson on this song, it'd be out tomorrow and it'd have 3 billion streams. Like it's great. It's great. Like this right here, come on. The harmonies on the guitar. Fire, come on. Can't wait for you to get these vocals over the whole track. Can't wait. This is made for sync. Put it in a film. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go, Curious. If you're a vocalist, tap in, tap in. It does, Miranda. I can't help myself. It's my era. It's my era. I was not born in the 80s, but a part of me feels like it was. It's so good, man. It's so good. Y'all show some love to the family, to one of the legends, It needs to be in a film. You need to get a massive check from some commercial that is emulating the 80s in their movement. I missed, why are the vocals at the end? I think they just don't have, I think these are going to be like the underlying vocals, I'm pretty sure. Like the underlying vocals, and there's a lead vocal that hasn't been tracked yet. I think dude, Tears for Fears. I love Tears for Fears. The lead vocals haven't been tracked yet. So these are like the stacks at the end of the song that will be there. But the lead that kind of is the top line for the whole song. I don't think it's been messed with yet. Once Lost in the Building. Welcome in. But man, show some love. Elias, I'm a big fan of what you do. 22, and I also feel like I was growing up during the 80s. It's so funny because like I was born in, I'm 32, so I'm a decade older than you. I'm 32. Also feeling like kind of born in the wrong era. I love 80s synths. I love 80s music, 80s sound design, 80s film. I love, 80s band. I love 80s cars. I love 80s style. I love there's something about it that to me is just so like interesting and quirky and weird. And I like mourn that and miss that in a way where everything is so like white and gray and straight line and whatever. Like I feel like I'm nostalgic for something I've never experienced sometimes when I watch 80s stuff or listen to 80s stuff. I'm like, man, I wish it was viable, and it still is to an extent. 100% retry. I still feel like sometimes like I'm like a 16-year-old still figuring life out. Where I'm like, I wish you could just like make a song like that and it would crush. You know what I mean? I wish you could just have, like we were talking about earlier, like I wish you could just do a 5.5 minute interesting song and it would just do something amazing. And like I wish not everything had to be optimized for these algorithms that we didn't ask for. Like it's, there is a little bit of like a natural sadness of feeling like I do wish that it was a little bit more like authentic, and I think there's people out there. I try to do this myself, and I know y'all do too. And I know it's out there, so I'm not saying it's not, but like, I wish we didn't have to vie for attention the way that we do. You know what I mean? I wish that we could just like, afford to just live our lives and actually just be creative and be authentic. And I feel like, okay, I'm going to be authentic, but also make sure I optimize that first 20 seconds of my song, because if I don't, you know what I mean? You can't, it'd be very challenging for you to make like Thriller today. You know what I mean? And have like a 56-second intro of a bunch of, interesting, weird things happening, and then just randomly loop on this one part for 30 seconds, dum, 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 and like doing all these other, like, it'd be really challenging to do that. And because we don't really necessarily value the interesting decision anymore, we value what is going to be the most like commercially viable. Anyways, that's a rant on something completely different. But anyways, y'all, please show some love to. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm in my own world right here. Exactly. That's the thing. I mean, and you see that happen once, Lost. You see that happen where randomly Post Malone and Beyonce and Drake and whoever, they are randomly like, you know what? Let's do an opera record. You know what? Let's randomly do like a salsa album. And like you see that happen because that's what it takes. If someone as popular as all of these artists, just randomly, like if Drake after Take Care, not everyone likes that obviously, but like if after Take Care he was like, you know what, we're doing an EDM song. Never do it. It would never happen, right? And I think that's important to realize for a lot of people nowadays too. Is like it is important to establish yourself. It is important to have some consistency to your sonics and your aesthetic and your visuals and like stuff like that, because then people know why they're going to you. And then over the long term, hopefully you do have the ability to branch out a little bit more and experiment a little bit more. Not that you still can't do that, but you do want a fairly strong core identity on the branding side. I do think that is very valuable. Seth Brand, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. I just wish I could get my stuff out there more. I have 4 original songs out and just need advice. I mean, no one knows you exist if you don't tell them. I mean, that's as simple of an answer as I can give you. Is you got to be in front of people somehow. There's no way around it, right? So however you decide to do that, whether that is busking, whether that is on social media, whether that's live streaming, it's posting, it's reels, it's long form, it's YouTube, it's handing out CDs in a Walmart parking lot, whether it's doing dive bars and doing quick little live shows and open mics. People have to know you exist. That's it. Like people, it can be complex. It can feel complex because we're all overwhelmed in life, but it's fairly simple. You just have to. You have to be in front of people. You have to be in front of people. Okay, let's get into it. Right now, okay, I have to do one right now because they're leaving right after this. It's very, very late from this. After that, it's 40. But let's get it. We got Elsa by Polissiren. Let's run it. I gotta keep diving into the music. Let's run it. Elsa by Polissiren. This one is my demo version of it. The band has not touched it yet. We're still on White Light Hum's completely different vibe and an oddity to what we do. Let's go. Okay. Let's run it. I appreciate you so much too. Thank you, JV. Already love it. It's shiny. It's shimmery. It's splendid. Sorry. ADHD is strong. Appreciate you, Onslaughs. Welcome in. And goodbye as well. Everything's at the link in my bio. This is more of that short decay and slower release that I would have halfway through this, and the other one is what I'm listening for. Pretty. Love that resonant sweep right there. energy. I like that. Thank you for the follow, y'all. Appreciate it. Feels granular. I like that energy. I like that saturation. I know. Y'all, show some love. That's short and sweet. 6-minute long ballad to what is currently, I know this is still in production phase before the band touches it, but we got 2 minutes and 50 seconds of beautiful synthesis. So let's dive in. We've got Polissiren right here in the chat. I love what y'all do. I've heard 2 tracks now. I'm a fan of y'all's choices, fan of the sound design, a fan of the way that you're building out your record. So let's run it from the top. Let's talk through a couple just quick details here. My gut reaction is obviously sound design wise is beautiful. I mean, I love the shimmer. I love the energy that we have here so far. I think it's wonderful sounding. I think it's really, really nice. What I would probably do if you're not already doing this before, depending on what is sourcing the arpeggiator, the boom, 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 boom. What's up, Wubsy? Good to see you, man. Whatever's the source of that arpeggiator, make sure that is locked on to your grid. And whether you're doing it through MIDI or you need to realign that to where you can have a grid and a click track, if it's happening on another synth and it's just kind of looping in the background without a source clock, make sure that realigns to the grid, and then track these other chords that you have with a click track. Just because the only thing that to me starts to throw this off just a little bit is you are fighting to find timing when the arpeggiator comes in, or what I'm assuming happened is you tracked chords first without a click track, just a little bit looser, or maybe a loose click track, right? And then added in sequencing at the end, added in an arpeggiator at the end. And because of that, the arpeggiator's grid, right? It's grid to, 82 BPM or whatever. And when the chords aren't on that grid anymore, which you don't have control over anymore, it falls off a little bit. It was indeed very loose. Yeah. So what I would do is you tracked your arpeggio. It's a beautiful arpeggio. I love it. There's nothing wrong with that at all. All the sound design sounds fantastic. Keep it where it is potentially. And then just go back and retrack your chords where you want them and automate where you want to. Get it nice and lined up to the grid, get everything really consistent. And then just realign your arpeggio when you want it to fit in right there. Just so it matches up. Because every once in a while, it and the drums get off. And that's where it's now it feels less polished. It feels a little bit less professional, even though I love the sound design. Sound design is fantastic. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details here, but I love the resonance. I love the sweeps. I love the sharpness at the top right there. It's nice. It's a very, very cool record. It's very early too. It's cool. I'm excited to get, if potentially you're going to get vocals on here, that'll be awesome. Corey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Love the little bit of LFO in the background right there. Just a little bit. Little vibrato. That's beautiful. What's cool about this is you're giving us a really clear melody structure on the top. There's a really, really nice melody over the top with the synth that you have. What I would do, again, y'all haven't touched this yet, when you're looking in the direction of kind of finalizing some of the production and getting towards potentially getting vocals on here, I would look at the melodies. I tell people this all the time. Look at what's happening in your music and try to complement it vocally. You're doing a great job of the structure you already have, and you're building in some great top line already. Match that with some of the vocal. If you have the match that with vocal melody that complements it, it'll make it feel really anthemic and powerful. It'll make it feel really, really open by complementing some of those melodies in the background, maybe even adding a lower piano to it, like an octave before and a lower piano that accents that as well. There's ways that you can kind of, beef that up a little bit that I think would be really, really nice to listen to. You can have some melodies that mirror a little bit of what's happening there. I mean, that makes it very 80s. It's sounding very Phantom of the Opera 80s there, but there's some nuance to this. You can still bridge the gap to what y'all are doing. Obviously, she doesn't have my voice, thank God, and so that is going to be a very, very different world there. So much positivity in the stream. I love it. First time, Mike. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. Is that wait? Are you Mike McDonald? Run, run, baby. Is that you, Mike? Is that this mic or is that a different mic? It's the theme today. It's the theme today. I love it, man. I mean, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. That's you. I'm so glad you're here, man. I appreciate it. I didn't know if I was connecting the right dots. I appreciate you hanging out with us today, man. First time, you're showing a lot of love. Very positive as well. It's hopefully, I mean, the whole goal of the stream, obviously, we're going to offer as much value as we can. We're going to dig into the song as much as we can. But we also just, the thing I always say is like, I love music and I love people that love music. And I love art and I love people that love art. And so if that's you, you're gonna work really well here. When people come in like with a bunch of ego and a bunch of like, I'm somebody and like, check out my song. Don't even play another song. I'm the best song and I'll shut everybody else down. You come in with that and it's just kind of awkward because I'm just like, I don't care. I don't really care about that. I really like breaking down music. I really like playing music. I really like, making art and stuff like that. So I think that's what's cool about this is it is a very positive space. And then it's AI. It's like, it is a very positive space. It is a very like creative world. We have a lot of people that are really like fighting through the weeds to find their identity in their music and pursue creating things, no matter if they do a bunch of other things. And it's a cool space. It really is a great community. All right, let's get a little deeper into this record here. Bubsy, it's good to see you, man. I hope y'all are doing well. Great progressions too. The song feels like it flows and it moves. It's on a journey. So if that all is then, because we're hearing some of the envelope retrigger a little bit later. We're hearing the obviously the sequence of the arpeggiator. It comes off the grid a little, or it's on the grid technically, but we're disconnecting the rhythms right there. If all of that hits on the C major, whatever the progression is, if all of that hits together and all of a sudden this low bass with a bunch of resonance comes in and this beautiful arpeggiator hits at the top, and then all of a sudden you add in a really nice like shimmery Polymax has some really great tones for stuff like this. It's a UAD plugin, but Polymax is great for stuff like this, but it's slightly auto-panned, maybe like dotted quarter or like triplet 3-octave arpeggiator at the top. It's kind of moving really, really high up, but it's really shimmery and bright and echoey. I could hear that like fading into the background right here and just becoming really bright and washy in the background. Like I could hear this moment being really strong and really, really engaging. It's going to take those things being lined up, which is why I think that's probably one of the biggest things I would focus on is now you have the idea out there. Now you have these like interesting progressions and stuff in the background. You're a wizard. I use Polymax. Let's go. I love when that happens. It's just funny because like sometimes I like to just guess. Wubsy knows this because I do it all the time. I'm like, hey, is this the amp that you're using? I asked this one guy one time and I happened to be correct. I was like, just because the irony is I just put on new drum heads for my drum set. And I was like, hey, are those Evans G2 coded that you're using? Because it just sounded similar to what I had just done to my drum set, like texturally. And he's like, dude, what the hell? What are you talking about? He's like, yes, they're Evans G2 coded heads. Like, what? Why do you know that? What reasoning is there behind you knowing that? It's just fun. It's just fun. It's fun and games. All right, let's give it rolling. I don't know what it is, JV. I have no scientific reasoning behind why this is the case. Something about the Polymax with I have a song. I'm not here to promote my music, but I'm gonna just play you the intro to it really quick. And the arpeggiator is Polymax. There's something about it. So like, this is just the intro. This is a Juno 106, and then this high arpeggio comes in right here. That's all Polymax. All of that, like there's something about the arpeggiator. I don't know. There's something about the controls for panning on it. The controls, the 3-step panning structure is so beautiful. Yeah, Paper Planes is the name of the song. That song's all like 80s pop. That's all, like the panning structure for it, the ability to glide within the arpeggiator as well. So you get these, you get those little, moment. Yeah, Wubsy remixed the song. Shout out to Wubsy. He did an EDM remix of Paper Planes. Go stream it. It's dope. Wubsy is dope. Wubsy's dope people. How dare I have to. I'm gonna get copyright. I'm probably gonna get a copyright strike on YouTube just for playing that first like 7 seconds right there. Anyways, let's get a little deeper into the rest of this here. Yeah, I've got a ton on there. I don't get to make music very often, just because I don't have time. I don't have like creative energy for it a lot. So, and it's not a big part of my business. I do music for a living, but my artistry is a very, very, very minuscule part of what that music business is. But I do. But yeah, so that songs, I have like 50 songs out there. But yeah, Paper Planes, yeah, under the name Torvik. So if you pull it up, you'll see Paper Planes, you'll see Too High, you'll see Happy Heartache, 17, Glimpse of Color. This is straight. This is all 80s. Like this is all just random stuff that I've put out there too. This is one of the only instrumental things, but I love this stuff. This stuff makes me so happy. And it gets 2 seconds because this is one of my favorite songs. I love it. I love this stuff. Anyways, I love it. Sorry, I had to. It's a CS80 lead. The CS80 lead, it's just the ribbon bends. Man, it's so fun. It's so fun. Anyways, focus. We started talking about synths again. Y'all stop sending in synths in your music, otherwise I can't focus. All right. Let's get back to some other beautiful synth music here. Okay, let's dive in. Thank you, Elias. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's some like old stuff in there. Obviously, as you go through like making stuff, there's stuff that you hate and there's stuff you're like, dude, gross. And there's also stuff that like I put out there and I rushed it out there. It's like, I just need to put a song out creatively. I need to get this out to the world, whatever. I don't know why. And then I'm like, damn, this mix sucks. I should have spent a week mixing it and I didn't. And it's frustrating. I'll never mention synths here again. It's inevitable, man. Well, cause then people come in and are like, hey, is that a Juno? And I'm like, yeah, it is. And it's game over. It's game over. Eilina, thank you so much. That's very kind. I appreciate that a lot. I would love to. One of my goals for this year is to make a lot more music. I probably have 200 songs that are like just unreleased, that are unfinished, that I just haven't had the capacity mentally to actually make it happen. And then I wait 3 years, to make it happen. And then I already hate the song, so I don't want to finish it. And so I start another one that I never finish. And the cycle continues until I have more time and more capacity to. I've got a drive folder of hundreds of productions, hundreds of beats, hundreds of productions, vocal structure. Some of them have full finished hooks on them. I had a song that I was working on. Wubsy, I think, heard it before, but I had a song that I was working on called Tunnels, and that song I recorded all of my vocals, even got a feature on it. I got the feature vocals back. We were going to revise some things, he never did, and then like 6 months went by, and I was like, oh, these vocals gonna suck right now. The mix is terrible, and then I never got the revised feature back from the rapper that was going to be on it, and I was like, it just like the song just lost its steam, and every time I go back to listen to it, I'm like, maybe I'll do something with it. But now, if I was going to do something with it, I would want to retrack and rewrite all of the vocals from scratch. Because at the time I was using my TLM 102, which I didn't like. It was very bright, and I didn't really like it. And so, anyways, all of that being said, I was like, it's hard for me to get to the finish line sometimes because I have very little time, very little energy to do it. It takes me a while too. I do all the instruments myself. Exactly. Like that's same thing. Like for me, I'm writing, I'm performing, I'm producing everything. I'm the session musician, I'm everything. And then I'm mixing and mastering it, of course. And it's a lot to figure out. But anyways, let's get a little deeper into this and then we'll move on. Okay, one of the other things that I'll do really quick. One of the last, I know this is short and it's early, so I don't want to dig in too deep since I know you just have to go through more of the process with this. So I'm not too worried about the song and what you're going to do with it. It's really sick. So one is lining up timing, making sure that you are sequencing kind of first and developing your timing and sequencing and then doing chords over that. Whether or not you want to quantize or not, at least the timing will be more consistent and a little bit better structured. Richard, welcome in. Good to see you, brother. The other thing that I would say is like it'd be really nice because we're filling in, depending on what you're using for that low synth, maybe it's the OB6, but whatever you're using for the low synth right there, we don't get a lot of subharmonics. It could be nice to like B section of whatever the hook of this song is. It would be nice to bring in like a light, this sounds like a contradiction, but a light sub bass underneath to just give that low C kind of when you're starting your progression, give it some like have some like low energy that fills in as the mix gets brighter and as it gets more open, it gets more shiny. The lead vocal potentially comes in, and that, as I heard from the first song, I'm potentially expecting is going to be bright and airy and shiny with a bunch of reverb. It'd be nice to contrast that with some heaviness underneath to kind of support it, right? And maybe you introduce the synth with the resonance and you start there, and then we kick in the sub bass on the B section of the hook, and then you empty all of that out back to just the synth again for the second verse, and you open it up, you leave out the drums, and then you hit it really hard again on the second section. Super Mario, welcome. And everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. I will be probably closing up the line here in just a little bit, so keep that in mind. Yeah, if you would like to submit your music for the consultation that we're doing here, link in my bio. All right, let's get into the last section here, and then we'll move on. JV, I appreciate you staying up late to send in this song. I appreciate your support, your generosity. Thank you so much for sending these in. I appreciate it a lot. It's great music. Love the distortion at the top end. Always, always, always. Keep in mind this was 2 songs from them though, to my own credit. Let's go. And then it's like trap beat kicks in right there. Travis Scott comes in. That's what I'm expecting. Y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is JV in the building. That is Elsa by Polissiren. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. I mean, I love the sound design. I love the energy. I love the whole aesthetic of your music. So I'm so excited. The fact y'all are doing this so early, you're just getting started with this stuff. I mean, maybe not as a musician, right? Maybe not as someone who's worked in music, but just as a band, as a structure, as someone who's building out this the structure there. Man, I'm loving what you're doing. Submitting your music, you are submitting your music. If that's what you would like to do, if that would be valuable. If that would be valuable to you, if you would like a breakdown of your music, you would like to spend 20 to 30 minutes talking about your song and getting to the details of it, just keep in mind, I got to close the line here in just a little bit because it can get crazy here pretty quick. So let's keep it, link in my bio. You'll see 2 lines. There's a free line. I don't know how many of those we'll get to today, if any at all, just because unless I do some giveaways later on, which maybe at the end of the live. Maybe at the end of the live, I'll choose a couple people from the free line and I'll boost y'all. So the next time that you go live, you actually have some credit on the board. You don't have to submit free. I'll get you moving forward. But yeah, everything's at the link in my bio. All right, we got Mike McDonald in the building. Mike, hop in the chat. Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the submission. This is Run Run Baby. It is out on all platforms. Hello from Canada. Let's go. This is my newest one. Thanks for listening. Since you started, so glad I told you. So I'm glad. Okay, I got you. Yeah, it takes a long time because keep in mind, if it's 20 to 30 minutes of consultation, and I currently have 8 there. If we do the math, it's it can take a while, and then there's like 32 people in the free line right now as well. It can take a while. I am gonna try to boost some of y'all the next live as well. I'm gonna try to give y'all some free credit to get you some free credit to boost y'all the next time as well. Okay, let's run it. Let's dive in. This is Run Run Baby. Let's get it opened up on Spotify real quick, and let's run it. It's out on all platforms, so go like the track, go stream it, go add it to your playlist, go show it some love and support. This is Run Run Baby by Mike McDonald. Mike McDonald, give me details, give me context. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. You like music? Name every song. I feel like that's what I tell like my like when I was like 8 years old. Oh really? Name your favorite dinosaur. Bet you're not even singing it right. Dirty blonde hair. She's looking back at me. Love that slide. Nice. Nice, nice.
Run, baby, won't you run away tonight? I'm all alone, baby, won't you come and stay the night? Miss those days we used to act like kids.
Good vocal, man. Really well done. Really well done. It's a good mix, too.
Laughing and crying the way we used to do.
Pushing the tubes a little bit there.
It's alright as long as I'm here with you. Run, baby, won't you
Nice.
run away tonight?
Good structure, man. Good hook.
I'm all alone, baby, won't you come and stay the night?
Yeah, beautiful. Wubsy's in the building. Wubsy's in the building. No way. I see you, Wubsy. This is a cool dynamic shift. Great bass. Dude, it's been so long, Wubsy. Is that you on the guitar or another session musician or producer? Great tone. $32 monthly listeners, JV. Got you. Joe, oh, I read that as I'm stupid. I read that as Joe Jonas. I was like, really? Yeah, killer. Acoustic and sing, beautiful. 32 monthly listeners, yeah. Amazing. Beautiful. Great musicianship, great structure. It's a really nice mix as well. Y'all show some love. Let's run straight out. I'm going to try to go. No more synth talk. I'm going to try to, unless y'all play synths. Well, Wubsy just sent stuff that I know as a fact has synths. 32 monthly listeners. I mean, obviously the sign here is that finding a methodology for promoting yourself and getting your work out there consistently is going to be the name of the game from you. It looks like I'm going to see in the picture here you're performing live. Obviously, that's amazing. I'm excited for you to get more exposure for what you're doing because it's nothing but kazoos. I could imagine Wubsy's like, what if? But that's Run Run Baby by Mike McDonald. You're amazing, man. Very, very, very talented. It's good writing structure, great consistent hook. It's a well-balanced mix. I'm going to say something that is my personal pet peeve on mixing. It's a lot of other people's too. It's a lot of other very, very talented engineers' pet peeves as well. I'm going to say it because it always bothers me. It does not mean that it's bad in the song, and it doesn't mean that it sounds bad. It's a very specific decision that certain engineers do, that some engineers love and some engineers hate. Because I've been drumming my whole life. Right? I've been drumming since I was 4 years old. So I can't stand just like emotionally or something like I can't stand audience perspective panning on drums. I think that drums should always they're experienced in like a mono to stereo stage equally in the audience, right? Like when you go to a concert, you're not really getting like, oh, like the ride is like only here on this like left speaker way over here in a stadium. That wouldn't make sense, right? So when you're like tracking drums, you don't randomly just like, oh yeah, and the floor tom only came out of like the nosebleed speaker way over there on the right side because it's all 100% on the right side. It's not typically where it is, right? You experience that in like a natural stereo environment, right? When you're tracking, you typically get the perspective of the one playing, right? So when you're playing guitar, you get what comes out of the amp and it makes sense kind of in that structure. If you're double tracking, then you can just play each part on each side. If you are, if you're a vocalist, you'll just kind of pan it wherever it kind of makes sense in the song. But the drum is one singular instrument. It's interesting because the drum as one instrument is sometimes like 12 instruments, right? We got direct mics on toms. You got 3 mics right there. You got a mic on the snare top and the snare bottom. You got a kick in and a kick out. You got stereo overheads. You got a hat mic. You got 2 rooms. You got you got a floor mic, you got a trash mic. Like there's a lot of mics, right? It's like a whole choir of vocals for one instrument, right? And so the panning of that can always be really interesting. I prefer this. It's just my preference, and it is a lot of other people's preference too. What you would call a drummer's perspective mix. What that means is you would mix those drums and position those drums as if you were sitting behind the kit as the one who's playing that instrument. It's presented that way in the mix. To me, it always sounds so much more natural for the listener. Where, just as an example, your stereo spread with your stereo overheads and your direct mics are lined up to where kick and snare is down the middle, hats are slightly to the left, crash slightly to the left, ride is on the right side from the stereo imaging from overhead on the overhead on the drums, and then direct mics are panned according to perspective. So your high tom might be 40% to the left, your middle tom, if you have one, might be 20% to the right, and your floor tom is like 80%, 90% to the right? So when I play a high roll on the toms, it moves in the direction of the way that I played it. So if me as the musician, I'm playing like the left side, the middle, and then the right side, that's the way that it comes through on the mix. The same as every other instrument that we're playing. And so that's my one, and again, this is a great mix. So that is my own like pet peeve is like, I much prefer a drummer perspective mix on the drums. It feels more natural. I think it settles more naturally on the consumer side. What you'll hear here in a second is you'll hear the ride. It could be a left-handed set even. Who knows, right? Just it kind of depends on how you structure it. The ride's all the way on the left, and you'll hear the low tom all the way on the left side. And again, if you don't know drums, like if you're here and you're not a drummer, you're like, I don't know what that means or like necessarily why it matters. It probably doesn't, and I think this is still a really fantastic mix. Which is why I want to preface, like, this sounds amazing. It's a great professional mix. These are stylistic and like control decisions that different engineers make that are everyone has a different perspective on it. So anyways, that's why I'm saying it. I love a drummer's perspective mix, not an audience perspective mix. To me, it makes a difference. To me, it feels more natural, but it obviously, in this case, is another great mix that doesn't do that. And it kind of just depends on what you're looking for. Anyways, let's run it from the top. Let's dive in. This is a really good, I think it's a stereo tracked acoustic because I don't think it's double tracked. I think it's a stereo tracked acoustic. Sounds beautiful. I mean, it's deep, it's billowy, it has a ton of energy to it. I mean, all of the rest of this mix sounds fantastic. Nice, natural, deep, dark. Like, it's great. Drums are nice and punchy without being too overwhelming. Uniform, welcome in.
Blue skies I see.
So that's where you'll hear it. And it moves to the left. It's a non-issue. Ignore it. It's still a great mix.
Blue skies I see. Dirty blonde hair. She's looking back at me. Holding hands I'm away.
I'm playing top to bottom uniform, so I'll know when it's there, but I can't look through. There's like 45 people.
Lying in bed so that I can see.
Every song in the consultation side we listen to multiple times. So if you submit for the consultation side, then we listen 2 or 3 different times. We chop through different elements. We go back. We listen for the drum panning. We talk through why that matters or whatever and stuff like that. And we go through a bunch of different times. If you're on the free line side, if we get to any of those, which I'm going to do a giveaway at the end of the live, I'm going to choose someone from the free line and push it up to the top, so that the next time that you come in, you'll have a boost into the consultation side. But on the free line, it's up to 2-minute listen and a quick note at the end. Those are very fast if we get to them.
Run, run, baby, won't you
drummers are just broken, I think. That's true. That's true. Beautiful example of double tracking the electric guitars. We have like a really nice wash, obviously, over here from listeners won't be air drumming in reverse, right? They'll be like, "What do I do?" They hear it this way, and they're like, "Oh my god, I don't know what to do." But beautiful example of double, in this case, mainly triple tracking, because we have a slide as well. So we have this beautiful pedal steel on the left side that is completely beautiful and open. It's fantastic. And then there's a nice easy strum over here on the left, and then a really nice open structure on the right. So the guitars feel wide, they feel vibrant, they feel really easy to listen to, and still perfect clarity and distinction and separation for the pedal steel as well. Pedal steel and a Strat. I mean, that's the only way. That's the only way. It's the only way to go in this genre. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The name is Mike McDonald. In the air tonight, Phil, but to the left. Wait, hold on, really sick. Uniform, yeah, it's a fresh batch every live. Every live is a fresh batch. Each live we get anywhere from like 40 to 60 submissions. So if I kept all of those on there, then there'd be like probably, since I started doing them on here, probably be 7,000 people in line. It wouldn't make sense. There's no way I could carry over. I couldn't have. Yeah. I could have 7,000 people alive if I carried them over. Just because people leave, people don't come back in. The vast majority of people, like in the live today, there's like 6 people that have come back from yesterday's live. Everyone else is brand new. So yeah, you can come in, or it would just kind of depend on It kind of just depends on where you go. But yeah, Mike McDonald is the name of the artist. Yeah. I didn't know how strongly I felt about drum panning. I'm telling you, Spides. I'm telling you. Now you're going to hear songs, and you will hear, Starkovich is new in here. I appreciate you so much. And thank you for your patience as well. I think it's like 90% of people you'll hear it that way. In fact, open up any drum VST, 99% of any drum VST that you open up, it will be set automatically to drummer's perspective, right? It makes sense because you're the instrument, you're hearing it, and how you play the instrument is how you present it in the mix. So it's like you open up a drum, you open up Get Good Drums, and open up Session Drummer, open up Hertz Drums, and so on and so on. You'll hear a drummer's perspective, and so that makes a lot of sense to me. And so then when I hear it flipped, I'm like, no, what did you do? Even though it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Torvik Corruption was caring about drum panning. Yeah, this is my like hard stance. This is my hard stance right here is audience perspective drumming.
Baby, won't you come and stay the night?
Beautiful. My favorite part about this mix is, except for the drums, is I'm kidding, obviously, but the panning structure. It's really, really tasteful because, again, we have like one electric guitar here. We have the lead slide right here. We have the acoustic offset right here with a stereo track. So you kind of get the acoustic guitar right outside of the middle right there. Maybe some mid-side there to open it up a little bit. Then we have another guitar over here, and then filling in, obviously, bass feels really wafty, and the drum structure is really wide and really open. So we do have, a really open, a really vibrant, a really distinct mix where there's a lot of energy here. I can hear the loudness and all the different things happening at the same time, but I can easily distinguish every single one of these different elements that's happening here. That's great engineering. Love the background vocals too, killer.
Miss those days we used to act like kids. Not a care in the world, no one gave a shit. Laughing and crying the way we used to do.
I'll let her know. I'll tell her to get on if she can.
It's alright.
She's around. I don't know what she's doing right now, but might be working on some other stuff, but I'll text her.
Run, baby, won't you run away tonight? I'm all alone, baby, won't you come and stay the night?
Beautiful. Yeah, 100% JB. Love these dynamics here too. Beautiful. Here's the last thing that I'll say, and we'll move on to the next song once we close out the rest of the song. The only other thing right here is on these transit. Again, I love the dynamics. I love everything that's happening here. I mean, it sounds beautiful. They're well structured. Positioning is great. It's a great idea. It's like conceptually everything that's happening, I absolutely love. I wish when the drums kicked back in before we get to the next section, we maybe introduced your vocal on the tab, like saying "Run, Run, Baby Tonight" or something like that, or like some tag of the song right there while those vocals were going in the background to help us build more tension, so that you with your vocal can like increase the energy going into the next section. What happens here right now is it's kind of compartmentalized, where it's like we're super low right here, and then the next section starts, and then the next section starts, and it kind of is like a minute in the middle of the song, 4-minute song. So 25% of the song here in the middle, where there's just no lead vocal line and no like direction to kind of pull us into the next section. That's where ad libs and tags and stuff can be helpful, is you can kind of use them as a guide to like pull you into next sections of a song and keep the energy moving forward. So like let me hear your last line really quick of your hook.
Won't you run away tonight?
Run away tonight or something.
I'm all alone, alone, baby. Won't you come and stay the night?
Like maybe this is open. Run away tonight. Tonight. You run away tonight. Start to build up. Tonight. Tonight. Don't. You have some other line you build out. Like you have an opportunity to build some tension here, right? Where like we can kind of build up a little bit more energy. Run away tonight, 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 and kind of build up some steam, and then go into the solo. There's a little bit more pulling us along into the song. And don't do it the way I did it, but do it in your way that makes sense in the song. It is not my voice. You can kind of pull people along that way, and you're like, oh, there's this part of, I think, of your subconscious, and that's kind of like, oh, I kind of get what's happening here. We're building up some energy. We're starting to kind of bloom the dynamics here a little bit more, and it just makes the song feel like it's moving along. If it's like too settled for too long with no pulling happening, then it can start to feel monotonous even just for a second. And it can be a good way to just kind of wake things up a little bit. There are two females in the part. One is my 7-year-old daughter. That's amazing, dude. I love that so much. That's so fun. I love stuff like that. But that to me is like the last little thing right here. Just something to kind of look for in your next records, as well as like, is there any way that I can keep these transitions strong, keep the idea there, but still pull people along into the next section of the song? Awesome song. It's so good. After the song, I'm probably going to close the line to new submissions, y'all. Just so you know. I'll get through as many as I can today, but I'll close it to new submissions coming in. If you're in that line, you can still move and skip, but I'll stop new submissions.
Run away tonight. Yeah, I'm all alone, baby.
I love it.
Run away tonight.
Smooth. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. I think so. I'm planning on it for a little bit. It might be shorter potentially tomorrow, but I'm planning on it. I'm planning on being live tomorrow. You all show some love to Retrack, and it also, once again, it's his birthday, so I need every single one of y'all to show some love to Retrack. It's his birthday. That's the family, one of the best mods in the world. Wubsy, Retrack, some of the OGs, some of the family in here, but it's Retrack's birthday, so show him some love and support. Show some love to Mike McDonald, Run Baby. Beautifully done. I absolutely love what you do. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me shoot this message real quick. Let me see what's going on here. All right, just spam. All right, give me 1 second. Let me shoot this text real fast, real fast, real fast, and then I am going to close up the line. Keep in mind, if you are in the line on the consultation side and you still want to skip or you want to move faster, you want to change where you're at, you still can. That's still an option for you. If you want to go faster and you want to skip ahead, you can, but I will pause the live to new submissions. I'll close submissions for new people coming in to the line. That way I can try to get through as many of y'all as possible. And then I will probably, most likely, go live tomorrow for a little bit. I'm not sure when or if that's for sure, but I will most likely go live tomorrow for a little bit. Okay, let me send this text real quick and then we'll get into the next record. But Mike, you're awesome. You're so awesome, man. I really, really appreciate what you do. The quality is there. The structure is there. You have a great voice, good storytelling, good vocal structure. Like all of this is fantastic, man. It's very, very well formatted. So definitely show some love to Mike, y'all. Definitely, definitely. I'm excited to follow along with your journey, man, and see where you go. It's very, very good quality music. Okay. One second. Hitori, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. One moment, and then I will close it. Thank you, Retrack. You're the man. You're the man. You're the man. Next time you have a song retrack, just let me know. Just let me know. I got you, of course. All right. All right. Beautiful. 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 We got a work in progress from the family in here. Let me close these submissions real quick. Real quick. Real quick. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Let me read through this. Line is closed. Zevin, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Is it Chanva? Welcome in as well. Line is closed for today. We will potentially be live again tomorrow. We got a longer full live today. We'll potentially be live again tomorrow. So definitely make sure that y'all are following on either Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok. And we will open up the lines again just for a little bit tomorrow and take another handful of songs. Keep in mind at the end of the live today, I'm going to be taking a couple of y'all, maybe two of y'all, from the free line. If you're here, you have to be here for this to happen. I will take you from the free line and I will put you in the consultation line for the next stream. That way you can boost up to a paid submission and get the full breakdown, not the quick spin. So definitely make sure that y'all stick around for that as well, because I want to make sure that we can pull some of y'all out of it, because y'all are always asking about the free line and how long it takes and stuff like that too. Fast question for tomorrow. You just songs about, because I have or not nice songs. It depends on what would you be the most valuable. If you're doing a consultation, then these are 30-minute breakdowns. They're long, they're detailed, they're nuanced. We're breaking down the structure of the music in depth. I feel like that's more valuable when you have more control over your music. So that's up to you, kind of what you think would be the most interesting for me to hear or the most valuable for you to get help with. Most people are submitting things that maybe they have pain points in, whether it's song structure. Yeah, you were filtered, Libby. You were filtered. Filtered. I don't know why I said it like that. You're filtered. So I don't necessarily prefer if it's generated music, just because I have a lot less ability to offer the value that the whole stream is kind of built around. But you can. You can. It's a possibility. But I prefer whatever, natural production, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Organic or not organic. I don't know what you would call it. But yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you. If you think it would be valuable, then that's up to you. But Libby's in the building. We got Wubsy, the Wubsinator, in the building. Let's go. This is Lumen, a work in progress. Is it Lumen like just light, or Lumen like the company? If you know, you know. If you're a real one, you know. I started the song in Jacksonville, Florida, and I've been slowly working on it here and there. It is a work in progress. I have some vocal ideas that I want to have to this track later on, but I wanted to get your opinion on this and see if you think it's missing anything, or if anything could use a little bit more work. I appreciate what you do. Thanks, Wubsy. Lumen Light. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Yeah, that's perfect. No issue at all. No issue at all. Any style, any genre, any language, any region, doesn't matter to me. Either way, we're going to break it down. Either way, we're going to dive into the details. We'll talk through structure. We'll talk through formats and phrasing and mixing and production and so on and so on. This is Wubsy. This is the family right here. Everybody show some love to Wubsy, one of the OGs, one of the family, a good friend of Libby and mine. So definitely show him love and support. Deshi's in the building. What's up, Deshi? Welcome in. This is Lumen. This is a demo. This is a work in progress. So keep that in mind as well. Let's run it. No worries. No worries. I'd love that, Dashi. That'd be awesome. It's always fun to hear some of the family when they're actually working on stuff. I like the arpeggio. Organic GMO. True. Sidechain's nice. Nice. Nice little portamento there. That's cool. A little bendy. Nice delayed hit. Nice. Yeah. It's the light. Y'all show some love to the family. That is Wubsy, the legend, the family right here in the chat. We love Wubsy. We love Wubsy. Wubsy's good people. So, man, show some love to Wubsy. Support him any way they can. He's got music out. He's got remixes out. He's got all kinds of great music out. He's got an album out. Show him some love and support. Show him some love and support, man. That is quite literally the family right there, man. We love you so much. Let's run it from the top. Let's do a couple things. My two gut reactions. For one, love when you get into the hook, dude. I know it's been, I feel like I'm having like deja vu to like a year and a half ago or something. And it's like, man, I feel like it's been forever since I've heard a fresh Wubsy track. Cause even then we were working through Paper Planes for a while too, right? Which is much more familiar to me. It's been a long time since I've heard just a fresh track like this, especially in its earlier stages. There's two things to me that are the main things that I want to kind of break down here. The other one is once you get into the hook, the other one, I haven't said the first one yet. The first one, Alan Fella, what's that? Mortiza, what's that? The first one is drum structure for the second verse. Once we get into the hook, it punches, it's massive. The kick is sharp and transient. The snare sounds huge and fat. The synths are, this stack of super saws and stuff that just feels so dynamic. They feel so powerful and energetic in the mix. Love it. Absolutely beautiful. Great phantom chains and great side chains in the background there as well that are creating a lot of movement, that are helping you solidify your drops and your chops and stuff in there. Beautifully done. Jenna, welcome in. Fantastic. Like once you get into the hook, I think we're largely locked in. Like it sounds really, really nice. If you want to fill in stuff, cool. I don't think it's necessary. I think you're doing a great job on the hook. The verses to me is where I think we can shift sound design a little bit more. You know what? You know that over... Oh, Ella, right? Isn't it Ella? Ellen Fella? Ella Langley? I know Ellen... Sorry, I didn't know Ellen Fella. I didn't know what Ellen Fella was. Ella Langley is she was in Texas. I think that's who you're talking about. We'll say Ellen Fella. Sorry, my bad. I did not catch that. Okay, verse structure here. Drum structure on the second one, I think, is where it feels kind of limited. I'm not loving the way the kick and the ride is kind of fitting in there. To me, it feels really like dry and pointed and like obvious. I don't know a better way to say it, but like obvious in the mix right there. And I would love for maybe even to completely shift to like a completely different kick and maybe a different ride or high shaker ride percussion loop or percussion structure right there to shift the energy a little bit more. That ride and that kick right there to me is where I'm missing a little bit of energy. I'm missing some of the texture right there. First thing, I'm going to bullet point these, and then we'll dive in. The other is I feel, they feel empty, and so I feel like we can shift. I think they feel empty. Here's my perspective. I think they feel empty partially because the drums are so big and smacky. You know what I mean? It's a boom, boom. It's like a really big forward, sharp, smacky kick, and a right, like going really fast like that. And so the contrast between the heaviness of like those drums and how like punchy they are to like this really light, airy, spacious production underneath it. That contrast makes the middle of it feel empty. It might not be as empty as you think. Maybe it still is, but it might not be as empty as you think if we change the percussion structure to just match what's there a little bit better. So dynamically, it feels more consistent. First part of the song. The only thing, again, this is, the deal. It's stylistic. This is not my song, just my perspective on it. I think we get into the song a little bit too fast. I wanted to live in these early moments a little bit longer before drums and other stuff started kicking in. It's such a beautiful, it's only a 2 minute and 12-second song. You have 30 seconds if you wanted to kind of open the song up a little bit. I would love to stay with like the piano underneath it and the pad swelling in, and then add like the sub bass and then stay there for a moment, open up a little bit of a brighter structure with your arpeggiators at the top as you kind of build up a little bit before we introduce drums, and it feels smacky, right? And it feels like it has all this energy to it. What's up, Peter? Good to see you, man. What's happening? What's happening? Good to see you, brother. All right, let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some of the details here. But yeah, you have space. You have space to build this out a little bit more, and that's where I would put the vast majority of your energy is verses, because it is technically your first verse and your second verse. Those two parts of the structure, I think, is where the drums versus the production and how they're introduced is where I feel the most tension in the production. I say we bring back 4-minute songs, please, Dashi. Do it well and make it happen. All right, let's run it from the top. Once again, y'all, this is the family. This is Wubsy. He's one of the OGs. He's been here largely since the beginning. So supportive, so generous, man. Always love any opportunity that we get to have you in the chat, man, much less have you submitting your music. So I appreciate you so much. He's a great producer. He's a fantastic DJ. So definitely show him some love and support. It's funny, some people tell me my songs are too long. So I'll say the same thing that I mentioned with, I think it was JV. It was JV earlier when they were in here. I think they had to rest because it was late for them. When they were in here, there's nothing wrong with the long minute song. There's nothing wrong with the long song. As long as you take people on a journey and it feels engaging and interesting. If you have a 4-minute song, a 3.5-minute song, which nowadays maybe is considered long, I don't know, depending on the genre, depending on the BPM of the song. But if you have a 4-minute song, 5-minute song, 6-minute song, and the progression, even if the drums change and the bass changes or something, but like the progression is the same, the lead vocal chop is the same, a lot of the structural elements of the production are largely the same, then a 6-minute song, a 5-minute song, 4-minute song becomes incredibly boring, right? It just becomes so monotonous because there's no like new information to like take you into a different moment, right? Or if like you do switch it up, you're like switching it up to the same loop again, right? So it's like, oh, we went through a couple different things, but then I'm just like hearing the first hook completely copied over again on the last part here for the last like 16 bars. So I think if you're like we mentioned, like Bohemian Rhapsody, right? Which is a 9-minute song or a 9.5-minute song, something like that. But Bohemian Rhapsody feels like 5 songs. It feels like 4 songs, right? There's, another song like I mentioned before. It's called History. I think it was produced by, I think it was maybe personally produced and mastered by Mike Dean. It's an 070 Shake song. That song is like a 4.5-minute, 5-minute song, but there's 2 different beat switches. It feels like 3 songs. So if you're going to have a long song, in Wubsy's case, if you're going to have, this is a 2-minute production, right? If you're going to have a 4-minute production, it's a little bit longer. You want to do it for a longer set. You want some bleed out for the next song to come in to be able to mix them together. If you're going to be doing stuff like that and you want a longer set, then just make sure that throughout the song, every 45 seconds, there is a large shift in dynamics. There's a large shift in energy in the song, so it doesn't stagnate, right? It doesn't feel sterile the longer that you listen to it. That'd be the thing. And you don't just like copy over your first hook again, but it's like that comes in, but there's a brand new lead line and some weird chord in the middle that kind of throws you off a little bit. It needs some new information. Anyways, so let's get back into the intro here. I said I was going to go faster. I'm taking it way longer, but let's run it from the top. It's like I want to sit in this world a little longer, right? Love this intro. Then just bass here. And we're already, like we're already there, right? We're already deep into what is happening on your second verse. There's already all of that energy in the middle there. We're getting all of that sharpness immediately. I would love for just here on this intro. What's up, Dan the man? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. Like here. Like I would love a bass on the section after this, not just the drums coming in. So keep this exactly as is. And then just bass here. Take out like the high synth, and then take out the drums when they come in, and then double this section so it's longer, and wait to bring some of that in a little bit farther down the road. That'll just expand what we're feeling here and allow for like a little bit more emotional buildup. This just hits so strong, so hard that we don't have a chance to like feel how beautiful that melody is and just like kind of get into the emotion of the moment of the song and just kind of experience what's happening there. And we get here, and the whole record's there, but I think we need another 20 seconds to lead it, in my personal opinion. I think we take the drums out for that second, bring in another 8 bars in here, push it back 20 seconds. We got time. As long as it feels interesting over the course of the song, we'll have time. Take out the drums here, and especially the ride. The ride is obviously a big part of why it pushes a lot. Double the section, push the song drop down another 20 seconds, another 8 bars back, and build up some more tension. Build in a little bit more, nuance before we hit it really hard. Once you hit it hard, like I said, I like the drums when they come in. Side chaining is beautiful. Like a lot of this sounds fantastic. I mean, it's a great melody. And then this kick and ride here. What I almost want to happen here, obviously this is completely up to you. I almost want you to like take out the ride and have just the kick and the snare and like filter them both back down. So you would just basically have like this intro here. Again, just an idea. Like has like dark like filter, like bring everything down, but it's not the huge. You know what I mean? As soon as that comes in, it's so consistent and it's so sharp that we miss like the emotion again. We miss some of the nuance there. Spies, I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate you so much. Have a great weekend as well. I appreciate you a lot. Low pass gang. Move it all the way down. And then we can feel the emotion there a little bit more. If you just and we just like add in some different percussion in there, and even if you open it up a little bit, it's not like we don't have that tension that early, because this melody is so emotional to me personally. Just again, it's very stylistic to me personally. The rigidity of the velocity and also the sound, but the rigidity of the kick in the ride in the intro and in the second verse here pulls me out of the emotion that I feel that's innate to the progression and to the piano part that you have in there as well. Yeah, 100%. Oh, Monty B's in the building. What's up? Just in case anyone hasn't, hasn't mentioned it in a while, as Retract's birthday. 100%. Oh, Monty, I hope you're doing amazing. I hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. It's good to see the family in here. Like, let this breathe a little bit. I like the break there. Personal opinion, I'm not loving the sound of this kick and this ride in particular. Feels like it kind of is living in a different place than some of the other production elements here a little bit. It's like, it almost to me feels, what's up, Omani? So good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. It almost feels more of like, in some ways, obviously intentional, but like more of an acoustic drum kit. Like it's an acoustic kit, but then we're like sampling sharply with this velocity on an electronic record. And I almost just wish it had a little bit more crunch, a little bit more texture, maybe a little bit more snappy, as opposed to right now it feels, I think, a different kick. I think because I think it works really well. Damien, thanks for the follow. I do think that it works really well when you go to the hook because it's big sounding, right? It's a big, sharp, thuddy, kick, and it's a bright ride that works well over the top part of your production structure. The during the verses, though, I think something more either filtered out, like I said, something a little filtered, a little bit darker, even like more of a like filtered, you don't have to do this, but like a filtered trap beat or something like that, where you get like a filtered down clap with like a low thuddy kick and some like sharp hats that are kind of, kind of chimey, but they're a little bit darker in the mix. Like you could kind of shift the energy there a little bit right there, and just a completely different structure, and then doom, 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 and then you go crazy on the next section right there, and it feels vibrant, it feels energetic, feels wild. Once we get in here, we start to move a little bit, and I'm really liking the direction that you're going. I love that synth. That's great. Fantastic. Love the delayed hit. I love it. All of this sounds really nice. Now that we have already had one hit here of the boom, shka, and we're doing another delayed hit, I think each time you do the delayed hit to hit on the 3, right? Every time that you hit on the 3 again, going into the like next little breakdown and we delay it, I think we need a different transition, kind of like each time. So like maybe the first time we have a doom, doom, boom, ka, and it comes in, and the next time it's boom, shka, and then the third time we need a doom, 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 ka, whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm just spitting everywhere now, but you get the idea of like third part in here. We need like a shift here so it doesn't feel like it loses its impact. Each time it's like a little bit quirky or a little bit different. Because if it just happens where, I'm just, whatever, screen is destroyed now. And he's spitting over here, like quite literally everywhere. But the reality is, I think is if you duplicate any of those transitions or they feel too tame, they'll lose the fact that they matter at all. They'll kind of lose their impact because it's just like, boom. God, we're back in it, and we kind of just do that again. And when it was first Top Libby, when it was first introduced, it had this really great movement to it. And then it's like, oh, we're there again, even though it's still cool. And the same hook still sounds great. It's again, like anything. And this is, to me, this is the proof that the nuances of your music and the changes in your music and the stair stepping we always freaking talking about matter so much, is because this is the same rule for if you're doing like an acoustic folk song, and we need to add a little vocal harmony to pop on the second part of the hook. It's the same thing if it's a country record and on the B section of the verse, we add a slide. It's the same if it's like a rock record and we add the harmony to the guitar solo at the second half of it. It's all the same stuff. This does not matter genre to genre. We need small nuanced changes for it to just stay interesting to the brain. It just has to stay interesting to the brain. And so the same thing here. This is a powerful, it could be a chill record. It could be a powerful record like this one is. Powerhouse, anthemic EDM track. And if you have anything that just like feels like it's copied over and it just feels like, oh yeah, we've been here before and we're doing the same thing, the brain will just kind of just tune out a little bit. It'll just slowly put less value on each, connected transition there. Low Static, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, let me get into this last section here. That's great. Nice little change. And the last one here. Last one, And then maybe each time you add one little thing, right? So if you boom, boom, like you add like one little extra layer that like also comes in with the transition. So you do a different transition and like a little thing comes in. You do another one and there's a little lead line that kind of floats in over the top. Those little details to me they're subtle, they're small, but they make a huge difference in the way that the track is perceived. Just in that short break. What if the third bar, remove the drums entirely and filter the. You can't. Let me hear these last ones again, real fast, real quick. Because you kind of have that here. You kind of do. In my opinion, I would go crazier here because the first one is boom, and then it hits, and the next one is boom, boom, boom. So I think if we go down to deadening it even more, those first two, they're cool. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're powerful, but they're very simple, right? The first one's just a break with a bass drop. The second one has like 2 drum hits and then it's in. We're going into the like last couple measures right here. And so I would do something, you know what I'm saying? Like do something crazy. Like, and it maybe even rely on a synth. So instead of doing the drums, maybe drums break and you do a da 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 ba, and then you go into a big synth that kind of finishes at the end right there. Something that feels like it transitions stronger than the other two. Because if it lets off the gas more than the other ones, I think if you do a fast, little fast little arpeggio kind of moving up to a high synth right there could be really cool, and do that instead of the drums. But it should be, in my opinion, the strongest element. You're going into your like climax of the hook right here, the last like biggest climactic dynamic moment here. And if you have the simplest breakdown and then the sound design doesn't change after that, it's very consistent, then we've actually lost some steam randomly in the last 12 seconds, right? As opposed to it being like the biggest moment of the song leading into the lowest dynamic. So you know what I mean? And then it goes crazy at the last little section here. See, this is why I pay right here with everybody. I appreciate you, man. It's love, man. It's love. I love, this is like the most fun stuff. Just talking about production, breaking down elements of this, trying to come up with ideas, like come up with like creative like ways to you know, offer more energy to the song. It's super fun. I love it, man. I appreciate you so much. All right, let's hear the last couple seconds here. It'd be nice to filter all this down a bit too. It fades out, but I think it would be nice to, in tandem to it fading out, maybe like just lower the cutoff as well so it doesn't feel so bright and noisy at the very end right there. It'd be nice to just kind of have everything bring itself kind of back under control and darken itself a little bit at the end right there. But man, what a record, man. Wubsy, this is great. It is such a treat. It's such a treat to hear your music, man. It's powerful, it's energetic, it's vibrant. It is very much so Wubsy. You do have a very distinct sound. Like I know when I'm hearing a Wubsy record, and it's big drums, it's wall of sound synths, it's good chaining and movement from your compressions, man. It's melodic at the top. You do a really, really fantastic job, man, at building your production structure. So y'all show some love, man. Wubsy, DJ, producer in the chat. Sean, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow as well. The line is closed for today, but we will be live again tomorrow. So just make sure you are following on either Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok. And I'll go live for maybe even just a couple hours tomorrow, even just for a little bit. But man, show some love one more time to the family. We got Derek Bennett in the building. Derek Bennett, hop in the chat, man. Love you, bro. Appreciate you so much, man. More than you know. Appreciate you more than you know, man. Thank you so much for showing some love today, man. That means a lot. Let me know if Derek Bennett's in the building. Let me check the list here really quick. They might have had to head out for a little bit, but let me just, let me double check. Caleb Keener in the building with the heart meet. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't see them in the list, so we're going to move on. Chris Jennett in the building. Oh, there's Derek. Oh, I didn't see it in the list. I don't know why it didn't show up, but let's get it. You've heard the song, updated production, new vocalist. Should I add guitars to this? Let's go. We're moving and grooving. Derek Bennett music. What do I got climbing on me right now? What motherfucker's climbing on me right now? All right, let's run. It's probably just my own hair, honestly. All right, this is Unbreakable. Bye. There's Chris. And Chris, you're coming up here pretty soon as well. Hey, sounds good, man. Sounds good. Love and appreciate you. I know we do, Libby. We do. Let's like some of the core mods in here, you know, retrack Wubsy, maybe. I mean, it's largely all of these days, to be fair. Let's hop on a call soon. Let's chat soon. That'd be fun. I keep catching at the end. I got a few songs. Let's go, Caleb. I'll be on for a little bit tomorrow, potentially, maybe longer. I don't know what my work is going to be like tomorrow. I've been slammed with a lot of random stuff lately. But yeah, we gotta tap in. Yeah, Caleb, I'll be on for a little bit, I think, tomorrow. I'm not sure how long or what I'll be doing, but yeah, should be available for a couple songs. All right, Unbreakable, Derek Bennett music in the building. Let's run it. Updated production, new vocalist.
I've been down and I've been broken, but every time I get
Tomorrow
back
morning.
up, yeah, this weight it tries to hold me down, but it won't. silent in the struggle. Now I'm finding my soul. I'm unbreakable, unbreakable. Every mountain will fall. Every
Is this an original? Is this an original?
stand tall.
It's not a hymn remake, right?
I will not fall. I'm unbreakable, unbreakable.
Throw some screams in there. Got you, got you, got you.
Yeah, the fire tried to burn me,
I do really want guitars on this.
but it only made me shine. Every scar is now a story of strength that's truly mine.
Like I want just like a
What they
chorus,
meant to be mine
slightly overdriven, clean
became
guitar right there for
started
sure.
something new.
Yeah, it needs that wake up.
Unbreakable. Every mountain will fall. Every wall will come down. Stand tall. I will not fall. I'm unbreakable. Unbreakable. I won't bend. I won't break. Through the night and through the pain. When the world says I
remember
should
that.
fall, I keep standing.
I remember that melody.
Here I am, I'm unshaken and unafraid, stronger than the fear I face.
Nice.
I
Sounds
will
clean.
rise, I will rise.
Nice mix. Nice mix voice. I can only imagine. This has like a Greatest Showman kind of I mean it in a good way, like a Broadway Greatest Showman musical vibe to it. Yeah, nice. I can hear that. I love that. It's so good. It's so good. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Y'all show some love to the family. We're diving straight into it. Sweet Maxim, thank you so much for tapping in. We are closed for today, but we are going to open up the line again tomorrow, maybe earlier in the day, potentially earlier in the day. I'm not positive, but we're gonna look at it. JJ, welcome in. Good to see you, JJ. Yeah, we're gonna go a little bit earlier, potentially tomorrow. So just make sure y'all are following, and we'll open up the line. That way we can get through a few more of y'all songs. We're also gonna I'm gonna pick a couple people from the free line at the end of this live to boost them for the next live, to give y'all get y'all out of the free line into the consultation lane. That way y'all can get a little bit more value as well. But this is Unbreakable by Derek Bennett. She's got a very Broadway Disney-esque voice, 100%. I want to look at some timing for the first verse here really quick, a couple small things here, but most of the structure sounds really nice. I answered it during the song playing, obviously, but I do think that it needs guitars. It's too it's too legato and it's like current production until we bring in that melody off the F major right there with the strings. That wakes it up a little bit there. But I think we do need that like mid chime. We do need like a little bit of like some rhythm to happen. Like that's not like heavy rhythm, but like a light lead melodic rhythmic structure, like a guitar. Chorus, reverb, slightly overdriven, clean guitar on the verse, maybe even early, like maybe even end of the second verse or starting in the first hook, going into the second verse, something like that. I do think it'd be beneficial to have some guitar in there. I do think that would be really helpful. All right, let's run it. I'm gonna try to go fast, y'all. I'm gonna try.
I've been down and I've been broken,
Got you.
but every time I get
To be honest with you, if you're gonna start, so one of two things: either we start simpler in the production here early on with this vocal, but the vocal's pretty strong. The vocal it's got some energy behind it, some projection behind it. So it's a forward vocal here. If you're gonna have a little bit more energy early on, I wouldn't even mind it. Palm muted, palm muted in the background. A little bit of chorus on it. It's, again, clean with maybe a little bit delay around here. Just something kind of plucky to fill in right here.
I've been down and I've been broken.
holding on the F. I think it's
Yeah, this weight it
holding on like the
tries to
F2.
hold me down, but it won't steal my
just to add that little kind of chug right there in the middle, the dum, dum, that little decay right there. Early on, I think it'd be nice. It just helps build a little bit more tension, so it's not too open while having a pretty strong vocal. I think having a little bit more energy in the mix early would be nice since the vocal is so strong. Now, if the vocal was like really like soft in a lower octave, if it was like lower and like simpler and a little bit like chiller, then you could probably get away with like a chiller production right there. But since she's it's like forward. It's very, and it sounds good. I mean, she has a great voice, obviously, but it's very forward. So we probably need a little bit more energy in the production there to like support that. Otherwise, the vocal will kind of feel lonely at the top of the mix there.
Yeah, they said I wouldn't
At the
make
least,
it.
B section here, add the guitars. At least B section. At least kind of right in here once we bring in those strings as well. You can kind of complement the strings a little bit by having them on the right side and then having a little bit of the like palm mute guitars on the left side, something similar to that. Yeah, match the cellos, complement the cellos, kind of in that vein. You can kind of open it up a little bit there.
But every day
Yeah.
I prove them wrong. I've been silent in the struggle.
There's something in that little vein
Now
there.
I'm finding myself.
And here. Like that's where I would have like that middle pocket filled out a little bit more. This is where I would probably overdrive a little bit more, have some tube breakup, overdrive a ton of reverb and like washed out delays and chorusing, just a dun, 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 kind of filling in between those movements right there. Just like a high, bright lead line from the guitar and then back to like clean and palm muted or clean and like picking pattern for, yeah, I think so. 100%. 100%. I mean, that's where this fits, I think, for the most part. It kind of fits in that same genre or adjacent to that genre, slightly more cinematic. But I think it's adjacent to that. So I do think you could definitely complement it with some of those same styles. Again, cinematic, reverberated, chorused, stuff like that. I think it's close to that. So you haven't just... Something in that vein right there. Choir sounds great. Choir sounds awesome. Yeah, just a sample. Just doing that. Imagine that in the background, just sampling me just groaning in the background of the song, and it's like, yeah, that works, man. That's a beautiful voice right there. And then in between here, Nina, welcome in. I appreciate you tapping into the stream. In between right here, I would love to hear those palm mutes coming back in, right? So as soon as you hit the breakdown, these could be separate guitar tracks, obviously. Back to the palm mute. And we're back in. Like you bringing back some of the energy, either back to the palm mute here, palm mute, and or you can open it up a little bit, like palm mute to like an open chord, and then back in. A nice, slightly driven, clean palm mute right in there. Yeah, you could. Yeah, 100%. You have some space to play around. Don't get too busy because you have the piano in there as well. So just be aware of that. If you have like the mutes plus a lead plus the piano plus a lead vocal, be aware of it. Doesn't mean it can't work. Just be aware of it and make sure nothing steps on each other's toes. Remember that things can be super simple too. It could be just one little slide and then it moves back as a lead, or a little movement on the cello and then you're back to it, so on and so on. All right. But I definitely want to fill that in. That'll be great. Choir's awesome. Harmonies are great. really like the breakdown here to the strings, like the contrast between the high vocal and the tension of the production here. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. Love it. I think you nailed that right here.
I won't break through the night and through the pain.
Might want the mute again if we want to accent what those strings are doing with the dun, 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 you know, dun, 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 dun. Maybe accenting that again with the mute. Right, having that tension on the guitar right there might also be helpful. Same thing, like just similar to the verses. To be honest with you, if you wanted to go as simple as possible, literally just hold on the F the entire time. Just
I won't bend, I won't break through the night and through the pain. When the world desires
you could literally just hold on that note for all of the verses and all of the bridge here, and it'd be fine. It would work. It would do what it's supposed to do. Of course, if you want to change it up a little bit, feel free if the guitarist wants to. But you can. You could technically keep like a pedal tone right there and keep that same note, and you'd be fine.
stronger than the fear I face. I will rise, I will rise. I'm a
Perfect break. Perfect break. Awesome. Awesome. All of this is great. Love the drums. The choir's awesome. Very showman. Nice. Yeah, that's beautiful, man. The rest of this sounds fantastic. I think so much of this, Mordecai, welcome in. So much of this is just going to come down to guitar, what it does and where it does it, and making sure we like match the dynamics of the vocal and certain parts of the song. But largely speaking, I think that's it. I think so because the thing that I'm missing is just that there's nothing to like support the vocal when the production gets weaker, but her voice is still strong. Like that's that to me is kind of the missing piece where like the vocal feels really forward, but we're like filtering everything back. Or like second verse, there's more because there's more drums, but everything's forward. But then production still feels restrained a little bit. So yeah, adding some guitars to me is like that's the one question you had. I think it's kind of the one fix for most of the song, and then balancing. But everything else is sounding really, 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 really nice, man. Great job, killer. Absolutely killer, y'all. That is Unbreakable by Derek Bennett Music right here in the chat. If you're looking for productions like this, if you want like cinematic, contemporary, like score stuff, he also does metal. He does some rock stuff. Like definitely show him some love. Definitely reach out, shoot him a DM, show some love and support. Derek Bennett Music, love and appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for sending that in. Fantastic. Yeah, that's leaps and bounds ahead of what I heard the last time that I heard that production. We got Nemo in the building. Nemo in the building. Hop in the chat. We found him. We found Nemo. Stupid joke. Sorry. But we got 3 words in my heart. Nemo, let me know if you're here. Let me know if you're here. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. Sometimes I get tired. I make stupid jokes. 3 words in my heart by Nemo. Vocals, melody, and lyrics are self-written, produced with AI. Produced with AI since I can't play instruments. I want feedback on the music, writing, vocals. It's my first single ever. I'm 20 and I've done this for 3 months. Let's get it. Let's get it, man. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending this in. Let's run it. Let's run it. I appreciate it. I'm sure. I know. It's like I said it and I was like, God damn it, dude. Why'd you do that? All right, 3 words in my heart by Nemo. Let's dive in. And again, if you need any other pointing me in the right direction of what you're looking for, of course, let me know. 3 words in my heart by Nemo. Generated production, and then and I think the vocals too. But the vocals, melody, and lyrics are self-written. Did you sing into Suno? Is that how you made it?
I've been cold for way too long.
Cool.
I don't know what to say, but you can hear it in my songs. Every wall I hid behind slowly started falling brick by brick, then one by one. And I know it's way too early. Something in me this time tells me that it feels too real to run. feels too real to run. Oh, she's tearing down my walls, and now I have to keep those 3 words hidden in my heart.
I like the melody.
And there's something in her touch
Good
that
repetition.
makes forever feel so close, and I can't get enough.
That's good repetition there.
And I can't get enough. Ooh, I'm hiding 3 words in my heart.
We're closed up, but we're gonna be live again tomorrow, early, hopefully.
Never thought I'd be
I mean, this would be a pretty easy production. I know, we'll be earlier tomorrow if that makes it easier. Hopefully it does. Just like, once I eat breakfast and just wake up slowly, I'll hop on for a couple hours. I know you jumped in the other day too. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully we can catch some of your music.
Something in me this time tells me that it feels
Nice,
too
nice.
real to
I'm not positive.
run.
Maybe aim for 11
Feels too
Central.
real to run.
Ish.
Oh, she's tearing down my walls, and now I have to keep those 3 words hidden in my heart. And there's
Appreciate you.
something in her touch that makes forever feel so close, and I can't get enough. And I can't get enough. Ooh, I'm hiding 3 words in my heart. But every day just pulls me closer to the edge of crossing lines. And I don't know for how much longer I can keep these words inside. Keep these words inside. Oh, she's tearing down my walls, and I don't know how I can keep those.
No, sorry, so sorry. Yo, show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is 3 words in my heart by Nemo. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. Let's run it from the top. So the biggest thing we're going to address for me is structure and vocals. Now, you do have a really clean structure for your hook. Great melody repetition. You can tell that that's just more thought out. That's more nuanced. It actually feels, it's not like most of the time when you hear this, it's like the melody changes every single different time. It moves 50 different directions. Nothing's consistent. And so it's just impossible to learn. It's impossible to like latch onto. So you've done a great job of just formatting that well and making sure that those melodies are at least very consistent for you. So I mainly want to talk about structure. I think because based on the BPM of the song and the pacing of the hook, I think we can, what I realize with a lot of songs like this is like, it's really easy to keep adding breaks and instrumentals and extra parts here and a bridge and an extra pre-chorus. And before you know it, the song just feels kind of inflated. I was pretty engaged with what was happening. Then after about 2.5 minutes, the brain started to kind of lose it a little bit, right? I lost a little bit of the grasp because then we kind of went down to another moment again and then built back up and then went down again and then kind of built back up to a lot of the same parts. So I would love to look at the structure of this just a little bit and see if there's any places that we can't trim the fat a little bit and get this a little bit more concise to where maybe we're hitting like 3:15 or something like that. And it feels, because this is a faster song with a good like pop melody over the top that I feel like could do really, really well if we're able to consolidate this a little bit more. So I mainly want to talk about song structure because I feel like that's going to be the most important part of this. All right, let's run it. And y'all, band, show some love to Nemo. Appreciate you. Of course.
I've been cold for way too long. I don't know what to say, but you can hear it in my songs.
I think I know what it is, actually.
Behind slowly started falling brick by brick, then one by one. And I know it's way too early. Something in me this time tells me that it feels too real to run. Feels too real to run. Oh, she's tearing down my wall.
That's why. I was like, why does it feel? Because you do have good dynamics, and there is good structure, like a verse, hook, and all that stuff. The thing that is making it is Andres. The thing that is making it more challenging is the hook is actually the exact same melody. Like if you start. Let me see. So. Okay, so on this melody here, so here's what we have like for the verse. Leo, appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much for joining the stream. The line is at the link in my bio, but the line is closed. So make sure y'all are following. We're going to be live again tomorrow morning, Central Time, late morning probably. So if you want to join, if you want to get your music in the line, you would like a deep dive into your song, then definitely join tomorrow. Make sure that you're following either on TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube, and I would love to break it down. Would love to dive into the details of what you're doing. All right, okay, so really quick. So we have this. We're in D sharp major, so the like your lowers. I think it's a different progression, but you get the idea. And then when we go to the hook, we have that's the high structure up there. So what's happening is one of the reasons why you lose interest, and for me now I'm realizing why I checked out after 2 minutes, is because I've now heard the exact same melody for 4 minutes, right? So we definitely need some changes. Now it's a great melody, it's a good melody, but either the verse or the hook needs some distinction. Because I was like, oh, that's why this is feeling hyper looped and too rigid, and I'm starting to lose interest because I'm hearing a lot of the exact same thing. Verse is the exact same starting melody. So if we hear here.
I've been cold for way too long. I don't know what to say, but you can hear it in my song.
Great melody, and we go here.
Oh, she's tearing down my walls, and now I have to keep those 3 words hidden in my heart.
Copied over, exact same melody right here. That's where the song is gonna get boring, even if it's like cool. You know what I mean? That's where it's gonna become restricting for you, where you're losing some of that energy. That to me, structurally, it's the most important thing we can leave with today. If you can make some adjustments to that, it'll transform the way that this feels. Because you're not gonna have that loop in your brain where it's like your brain just slowly kind of loses interest right there. Exact same melody from verse. Now you jump the octave, or it jumps the octave, and so you get that distinction there of the energy shifting, dynamic shifting. But if it's the exact same melody from verse to hook, and it's a 4-minute song of having that, that's where you're going to definitely lose some interest. I bought a keyboard today so I can learn to play and leave soon after learning to produce. I love that, man. I think that's amazing. I'm proud of you for making that decision too. This is stuff like this is not hard to do. Like having just basic chords. You could just do this in MIDI. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. You don't have to. You don't have to do all of that if you don't want to. You can literally just and keep it really simple. You could keep it really easy and not have to like overproduce anything. So you could definitely lock that in. Let me skip to the end here, just because I want to make sure it's not the exact same thing. But that song structure right there is what's going to shift the energy on this. If it's too much of the same, even if it's a good thing that's the same, you'll 100% lose people. It doesn't matter how you make your music. It doesn't matter what style or genre of the song. You'll lose people. Yeah.
That makes forever feel so close, and I can't get enough.
Even the ad libs. Even the ad libs are largely the same melody, same, like, at least like first 4 notes right there. So that is where I want you to make some changes. I really like, to be honest with you, if you're asking my opinion, which I guess you are, you're here. I was like, wait, I guess that's why we're here. I really like it on the hook. It's great on the verse to it. They work for both. I really like it on the hook. I wouldn't change it on the hook, in my opinion. I think it's a really, really strong melody hook, and you have a really, really strong tag at the end with you have a really strong tag that matches that melody. I think that's great. I would focus on the verse. Try to change the melody for the verses, lock in the one that's on the hook. I think that would make the most difference here. All right, let me get into this last section here.
Tearing down my walls, and I don't know how
And then I would go hook here.
can't keep those.
I would go hook right there. So once you do this low build out and we bring it down, and we just like let it mellow out for a second. Thanks for the follow. Once it mellows out right there, I would go straight back into. I would go straight back into that one more time. It goes instrumental there, which is fine, but I do think we lose some of the song there. Like, there's a little bit more song that we could squeeze out of it. One more hook, nice and strong at the very end right there, I think would just be the cherry on top. It would be a nice bookend to the song and give it some strength right there. I think I'm missing some of your messages. What all I saw was for starting out without Suno. Did you say something before that? I think TikTok blocked it. But y'all show some up. I'll answer it. I'll answer it whenever you bring it in there. But I think TikTok blocked it, so just double check what you said, or drop it on YouTube or Twitch really quick if you need to. But y'all please show some love to Nemo. Nemo, I appreciate you sending this in, man. I'm excited for you to be producing on your own, man. I think that's going to be really fun. I think that's going to be really powerful. I think it's going to be really powerful, man. You're going to just get a whole new level of just autonomy, control over your sound. I think it's going to be really good, man. Absolutely. Yeah. Let me know if the other message isn't coming through. Of course, feel free to try to drop it. YouTube and Twitch don't typically restrict what you say nearly as much. So if there's just something random that is blocking it, then try to drop it over there. I'll answer it whenever I get a chance. I'll start the next song, but I'll answer it whenever I can. Producer Drew, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. Welcome into the stream. All right, last couple songs, y'all. I got time for just a handful more. Let's keep it rolling. I'm moving at a good pace now. I did better. I spent the first 3 hours of the live talking about synth, and I think we finally broke through to my brain working and functioning well. Hey, thank you so much as well. I appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in. I got a handful more, 4 more in the line here, so let's run it. We got Chris Jennett in the building. Chris, I love what you do. Let's dive in. Thankfully not right now. It got pretty crazy the last couple days. I don't go too far. I'll be honest with you. I haven't been too far in the last couple days, so maybe we are, and I just don't know. But thankfully, like, the tornado that touched down, that was, was a couple miles north of us, and some of the flooding, I think, was a little bit south of us. I don't think in our immediate area it's been too bad. I've been able to get around and like go to the gym and stuff, and it's been fun. Okay, let's get into it. Chris, hop in the chat. Just let me know that you're here. I know you were a second ago. I just want to make sure that you're present. Producer Drew, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Let's go. All right, Citywide Blues. This was a different one of the latest releases. Let's go. People love it or hate it. No in between. All right, let me know if there's anything you want me to focus on. Let's get it. And this one is released, so go like it, go stream it, go add it to your playlist. You know the deal. I love it too. I wish it was positioned here to offset the acoustic, because the whole mix is biased to the left, but I love the way it sounds. Stupid chair.
Went down to the jewelry store to buy forgiveness in her eyes. But all she saw were lies.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate. Thank you. Yo, hold on. It just came in. Hold on. Whoa, why is it all late? Yo, why did it come in so late? I was like, hello, thank you, man. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting blinded. Yo, show some love to producer dude. Thank you for the galaxy, man. Thank you for the galaxy. In the very near future, y'all, in the very near future, I'm going to get something like an actual instrument here in the studio that I'll put y'all's names on. I'll sign for y'all for when y'all send like a galaxy or more or something like that. So hopefully here in the near future, I'll have something that that we can, document all of the love and all the generosity that y'all put in all the time. That means so much to me. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, sorry, we got to get back to the song, but that's a lot of love, man. That's a lot of love. I appreciate that a lot. It happened 2 minutes ago? Dude, I don't know. My TikTok app right now is kind of glitchy. It's kind of slow. I don't know if it's like super delayed for me or something like that. But I just saw it. And I appreciate that a lot, man. All right, let's keep it going. Sorry about that. That's weird. TikTok's not usually that delayed. Appreciate you so much, man. There's a little offset. Appreciate you, man. Beautiful. Great vocal structure. I like it, man. Super clean. Michaela, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Splash, welcome in.
But all I found was whiskey and wine.
Push the organ, come on. Let's go. I was waiting for the swipe off the organ. I was waiting for that at the end right there. But y'all, show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is Chris Jennett, Citywide Blues. Let's dive in. Let's go straight back through the song. We're moving at a good pace today. At least for the last half of the live, at least. We're taking forever earlier. Let's get into it, man. Beautiful, beautiful job, man. It is a well-structured production. It's simple, it's clean, but it is formatted really well. Strong vocal structure, strong lyrics. Like, there's some great musicianship. Everything that I hear, I like, and I think is formatted and inputted really, really well. It's nice and strong. I'll say honestly, to me, I think one of the only things that I have like a little bit of an issue is just the panning. Some of this comes down to how much you track as well. This makes a difference. But the only thing is we have a strong offset to the left. So obviously lead vocals and drums are right down the middle. The organ is right down the middle as well. It's tracked in stereo, which is nice, but it's, the mix itself is centered. It's equal on either side. And then a hard left acoustic guitar, and 3/4 of the song is biased that way. So the mix has this kind of leaning this way for a lot of, because we have stereo organs, which means we still have one way, way, way over here. And then we have an acoustic guitar that's leaning all the way this way. So for a good chunk of the song, the mix leans a little bit to one side. I would love for it to at least have some sort of an offset, personally speaking. I would love if like the organ may be biased a little bit to the right, so it's still stereo, but we kind of just shift it like this a little bit, so it starts to fill out that right channel a little bit more, countering the guitar and making the whole mix feel a little bit wider and less isolated. I don't think you need a double track an acoustic guitar like this. I think it'd be a little funky because of the picking pattern and kind of the swing that you have. It's very bluesy. But you might want to stereo mic a guitar in this instance. So the difference would be like, obviously, like with with double tracking, you're recording each part twice. And that's easier if you have a more familiar, like simple guitar structure. But if you just want it to be exactly, but you just want the mix to feel fuller, then I would just stereo track. And you can still do some of what you're doing here where you cut one side and just automate the faders back too, where you start the song, like this whole first part right here, we'll get into it. Let's dive into it. And then you open up the stereo right there. Like as soon as the strumming kind of starts, you open up the stereo right there. The mix feels nice and wide, and then the organ swells in stereo, and the whole mix feels a little bit fuller. That's my one thing. And I don't mind the single track guitar. So I actually really like the way the single track guitar sounds. I just do also think that we need to offset it. I do also think that we just need something over here. So whether the organ pushes over here or, another stereo part of that guitar comes into play on the right side, whatever that may be. It fills out a little bit when the electric guitar comes in, but the electric guitar is probably just panned 5% off this way. So the acoustic guitar. Because if you double track it, that means you have to play it twice. But I would just have, you could just have just a direct pair, just like a XY or something like that. And you could just keep just two mics right here, or you can put a mic on the body and a mic on the 12th fret or something like that, which is what I usually do. I usually have one upper body and then one on the 12th fret, especially if I'm using like stereo condensers or something like that. And then stereo track the guitar, and then you can pan both of those out, right? Or you can automate them. You can pull them in and out. You can start with just the one on the left, and then you raise the other mic in the mix. It'll make it sound nice and wide, nice and vibrant. That alone, to me, equalizes this song. So I like the left side, but if you're not going to counter it with another instrument, if you're not going to, push another instrument on the right side to balance the mix, then I would stereo track. And that's just a choice you can make early on of like, I would rather have a simpler production, so I'm going to open it up a little bit. Or I'm fine having a banjo that comes in, and the banjo is going to be on the right side of the acoustic guitar and fill it out, if that makes sense. That to me is like my one thing, man. The rest of this sounds fantastic. Writing's great. Vocals awesome. I like it a lot. That's the one thing is I feel this leaning of the mix to the left, and I was hoping it would balance out. And it doesn't quite until the electric guitar comes in a bit later. Somehow related, let me know if you're in the mix. Or in the chat, not the mix. What am I saying? Welcome in. Are you somehow related?
Went down to the liquor store to find some peace of mind.
Yeah, I like it.
But all I found was a whiskey and wine.
Rachel, there's Rachel. Okay, I was like, wait, hold on. I like it. I'm a fan of like a really tight old slap delay or a tape echo. So on. I like how, I just want to make sure you're all in here. I'm so glad you waited around. Thank you so much for being here. I love a tight structure on there. So it's a nice, tight room on there, right there. Like I love the way that sounds. I don't mind that at all. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Went down to the jewelry store to buy forgiveness in her eyes.
Yeah, I like that.
But all she
And you can hear how, because we largely only have those drums in mono, right? So you can hear how like drums, bass, vocal, most of the biggest elements of the song right down the middle, right? Perfect. That's where they should be for the most part. Right down the middle of the song. Organs both, but it's pretty quiet. It's not doing a ton in the background right there. Although it sounds beautiful. And then most of what is like determining your progression is center or fully left. So it's like center and fully left, and nothing else to carry progression on the right side. So that's where it could be beneficial outside of a little bit of the stereo organ in the background. That's where it would be beneficial to have like one other layer over there, counter it with a banjo, a mandolin, or another acoustic guitar, or a stereo track or something, right? To open it up. Now, when the other guitar comes in, it does fill out more. I like the filtering on the vocal too. It's not super bright. It's not super modern sounding, and I can appreciate that. It was my friend's first time playing an organ. She plays all other keys. Really? It's awesome. I mean, I have played an organ before. I'm not an organist, right? Like I would never, I don't really know my way around the polls or anything like that. Like that is a little bit of another world, but the way that you play an organ is just different. You know what I mean? It's like bass guitar and acoustic guitar, right? The same kind of instrument to an extent. It's the same fret movements. It's the same, same scaling, sometimes even the same strings. If you get a 6-string bass, right? Like it's similar, but the way you approach playing a bass guitar for the most part is very different than the way you like strum an acoustic guitar. You don't really strum basses too often. You can, but it's kind of a different format. Same with the organs, where it's like, we're kind of in the same family. We're kind of doing the same thing here, but the way I approach this instrument is pretty dramatically different from, what I would do otherwise. On the fly in the studio, killed it. Yeah, dude, I would never expect that. Sounds awesome.
Rode up to Pine Street to have me a good time.
Beautiful.
But I found
Let's get into the next section.
trouble is a friend I've come to
Add the guitar. That guitar balances it a lot. That's helpful. Beautifully played too. Ashley, thank you for the follow. Beautiful. Yeah, rest of this sounds great. To me, it's just panning structure. And that's partially to do with how you mix, but also largely what you're actually tracking, right? That's what happens at the source makes the biggest difference.
find some peace.
Don't spam the chat. You're going to get muted. We're closed for today, but we're going to open up the line again tomorrow.
I was whiskey and wine.
And I do wish, I mentioned this before. I do wish that we got the swell. We got the swell, and this isn't because what you did is wrong in any sense at all. It quite literally does not matter. But what I would love to hear, just for me to bookend the song and just close it out, really resolve it, is, you know what I mean? I want to hear like the organ swipe off. I want to hear the palm swipe. I wanted to hear it resolve. It kind of just like cuts and fades, which is perfectly valid, right? Perfectly fine. That's just me being me and what I want to hear. But there was a part of me that just wanted to get the energy of the song and like resolve it and have it feel like a little bit stronger of an ending. But it just kind of crossfades really, really tight at the end, and that's it. I would have liked a little percussive hit at the end right there. Would have been fun. What's up, Marcus? Welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, it's a great song. It's well structured. It's well performed. And then we get a reverse kind of in the background right there. The engineer said what you did, but I vetoed. I don't know why I felt strongly about it. Perfectly valid. It's so valid, Chris. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like I can see both sides of wanting to like resolve smoothly and reverse and just like let it cut and transition seamlessly. That's a perfectly valid point. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not like better or worse than anything, right? In my opinion, I get the energy of the song and it's percussive, right? It's boom, 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 boom. Like has this percussive movement to it that I think is nice. In my opinion, why is because it's kind of nice to bookend that percussion, right? And having the energy right there. I wanted it even more abrupt. My opinion, to be honest, is that it feels less abrupt doing it. Interestingly enough, I think it is actually feels less abrupt having it seamlessly into the stop point than it does percussively, like closing the lid on the song. Everyone might have like a different opinion on that too. It's more, I guess, like surprising when it stops, I guess, maybe like kind of like because it kind of just like swells and then reverses and then it kind of stops. It just kind of ends right there. So I guess in that sense, abrupt is the right term. But to me, it's more resolute and more like abrupt to just like we're done. You know what I mean? It's kind of and like the drums hit at the end or something. Like it just closes the door on it. It literally is like almost the sound of like a shut door at the end of the song right there. Explains why I kind of get it the way I wanted to. Yeah. It's a taste thing, you know, like, again, like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. You doing it that way is like, oh, you screwed up the end of the song. It sounds great. It's going for a turn. So to that point, imagine, I mean, this is like a classic bluesy I love the feel of it. Imagine you're you're in a classic car. You're driving down the road with the top down in a 68 Mustang, right? Like and then you click off the radio. What's like even like the sound that it would make, right? And maybe even have that. Maybe even literally have like a click, or as soon just have on a track, have the drummer put down the drumsticks on the snare. Just drop them. Just a little click right there that you'll hit like a 1, 2, or 3 little clicks really fast on the drums, and you just stop it right there. As soon as and it just stops right there. And that's the end of the song. But you get that idea of like song is done, radio's off, drummer put their hands down. It's the same concept. It's the same on the organ, sticks down, radio off. It's the same concept. What I would say is there is typically a noise attributed to the concept. The piano being done, closing the lid, turn off the radio, put the guitar down, sticks on the snare. There's a sound attributed to the resolve of the song. So that'd be the one thing that I would say. It doesn't matter that much. I know I'm saying a lot about it, but it doesn't matter that much. The ending is fine. It sounds great. It's not going to be the reason why this gets streams or doesn't get streams. I'm just talking technically from like a production standpoint. Keep that in mind, that even like sometimes the ideas of a quick resolve still have a sound attributed to it. I have been a music director before. I work full time as an engineer, producer, and session musician. So I wear a lot of hats. I wear a lot of hats in the music industry, where I'm doing a lot of different things. I get hired all the time to track synths, guitars, drums, vocals. I do mixing and mastering, of course, production, stuff like that. But it's and I have done music direction for like small bands and churches and organizations in the past, like formatting and programming for things of that nature. But yeah, let's get into it, man. I appreciate you so much. Froghead, welcome in. Welcome in. Let's get into it. Chris, appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for sending that in. I appreciate you a lot. I love what you do, man. You're talented. Very, very, very talented. You know what you're doing, man. And you said this is a polarizing song where people love it or hate it. I think it sounds great. I think there's elements of it that I'm like, maybe this Polissiren, this rebalancing of stuff in the production could be interesting, but I don't think you're in a bad place with this at all, man. It's a great record. It should do very well for you. Should do really well for you. What's up, Froghead? What's up? Let's get into the next track here. We got Somehow Related. Last couple songs, y'all. Last couple songs. This is Rachel Arnold right here in the chat. All right, let me read through this real quick and let's get into it. That is Somehow Related. Let's go. I'm depressed. I can't mix. Here's what I'd say. If you're struggling with mixing, here's the problem: is there's a lot of people that do a lot of things with mixing, and it's a world that can be very complex, and there's a lot of voices, there's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of guidance that people give. There's everyone on YouTube and everyone on TikTok, and me throwing my hat in this same ring. Everyone thinks they're an engineer. Everyone's talking about it. It's a noisy space. The engineering space, the production space is a noisy space with a lot of people saying a lot of different things about gear, about mixing, about production, about sound design choices, about what plugins you should use, this crazy tip that'll change your life. Get fantastic at 5 things. 5 things. Get really, really good at gain staging and level setting. Get great at understanding panning and positioning. Get amazing at understanding compression, at understanding EQ, and understanding ambiance. If you get those 5 things, you can get a good mix with stock plugins, with free DAWs, with cheap gear, with expensive gear, with whatever. It doesn't matter. If you know how to set levels and understand this is too loud or too quiet, and you learn what that means, just focus on the one thing, gain staging. If you understand that one concept, and then you understand, now that I have this as loud or as quiet as I want it, where do I put it in the mix? Left to right, stereo imaging. Am I going wide? Are we going narrow? Am I left? Am I right? And how far? Understanding panning and positioning would be the second thing. Compression, controlling your dynamic range. If things are too loud and you need help controlling them. If things are too quiet and you need to bring up that low end information. If you need the vocal more forward. Understanding compression and the language around it is going to be the next thing. EQ, obviously, if there's like mud and buildup and rumble on the low end, if something is too bright or not bright enough, if something's ringing and resonant in the middle of the mix and it's causing you all these issues in the mix, understanding EQ will give you the language behind and the tools with which you'll correct those things. And then ambiance. Ambiance being delays, reverbs, chorusing, phasing, how you set your vocal into space and how it interacts with space. If you get that down, that's it. That's all of it. But if you're like, but what if I sidechain my vocal to this reverb and send it back through this bus to another delay that's interacting with like a self-modulating oscillator, then like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what that's, you're going to drive yourself up a wall because you don't have those foundations. Like, what about parallel compression or parallel? I have 5 parallel brightness vocal chains that I add into all this other stuff. You're going to drive yourself nuts because you haven't even gotten to a place where you're positioning elements well in your mix. So get those 5 basics down: gain staging, compression, EQ, panning and positioning, and ambiance. And from there, you'll be ready to go. You'll be ready to go. The rest of it is just fun. Like, parallel compression is just a branch off of the dynamics portion, right? You know what I mean? Like, dealing with exciters and saturation and harmonics and stuff like that. It's just branches off of your dynamic control and the way that you address your EQ and your brightness and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of other stuff, right? There's a lot of fun stuff we can do with music. I love having all the plugins and all the gear and stuff like that. That's great. But don't do all that if you don't know what EQ does, right? Thank you for the follows, y'all. Appreciate it so much. Thanks for the follows. We're closed for today. We're closed. Thank you, Retrack. Appreciate you, but we'll be live again tomorrow morning, maybe 10 or 11 a.m., something like that. Most likely 11, to be honest, 11 or 12 maybe. I'm going to get a little slower start tomorrow just because I've been working too much. So somehow related, let's get into it. I know that's Rachel in the chat. Let's dive in. I'd love to know what you think. I've been writing music forever, but this is one of my favorites I've ever written. I've done all the production, still mixing before mastering. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The name seems familiar. Have I heard your music before? If not, perfect. I love it. But let me know. And the role that you play in creating your music. I'm assuming that you produced it in the production. And so, like you said, you've done all the production and then you're mixing. So any details you want me to have, drop it in. What's up, Swan? Welcome in. Hope you're doing amazing today, Swan. All right, last couple songs, y'all. And then Starkovich, let me know if you're in the building. And if you want me to know like what you're using and stuff, let me know. Perfect. Because you utilize it differently? It doesn't. Outputs are the same. There's a million videos on YouTube of null testing. They don't sound different. You utilize them differently. There's different stock plugins that you engage, different chains, but they're null tests. No worries. I see so many names. I always want to ask. But that's the plugins, not the DAW. Those are what sound different. Let's go, Dylan. Sick. You're playing all the guitars too? I use Pro Tools. Pro Tools is my DAW of choice. I've been using it since I was 12, but I have FL, I've used Ableton, I've used Reason, I've used Studio One, I've used Logic. I've used them all at different times. Okay, cool. Nice, Rachel.
Revival services quarterly, but ain't nobody living. I'm only seeing the walking dead. Why are we high-fiving each other, then saluting our bandwagon friends? While people are dying across the street, we're singing hallelujah, bless God, and amen. Wondering
Cool vocal layers there.
recognize him if he walked in and took a seat. Building up our big kingdoms of sin. How to push down your fellow man, 'cause they sin a little louder than you.
Let's go, Dylan. That's crazy.
Face, keep your nose clean.
This is Somehow Related is the name of the song. I believe it's unreleased.
He's never feeling near.
Gilo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
God, they say they love appear.
We're closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow morning, so definitely make sure that y'all are tapped in. Turn on notifications.
If you want a garden, you gotta kill all of the weeds. If you wanna really live, somebody's got to bleed. If you really wanna know what life is,
Love that, Dylan. Some of it is our band. This is called What You Really Believe. Okay, nice. So there's other members to the band, or is it just you?
what you really believe.
Nice, nice. Very cool. Cool structure, cool sounds. A lot of it is just needing balance. Some imbalances in loudness, but for the most part, like, I like what you're doing. You got a good voice, good writing, good structure. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Rachel Arnold right here in the chat. That is, I'm assuming, like you said, you're on vocals and doing some of the other stuff that we're hearing here as well. But you, brother-in-law and friend, let's go. That's amazing. But that is Somehow Related is the name of the band. The song is called What You Really Believe. And it is unreleased right now, still in production works and getting ready for mixing and mastering. So let's get into it. Let's dive into some of the details here. Depends because I do love it, even with virtual instruments, but I have a band. Let's go, Dylan. That's dope. I love it. Me on vocals, and I wrote the music and lyrics. Let's dive in. So let me know. I'll talk through some things that I'm hearing here, but if there's anything that you feel like is like a pain point for you, or like, we're doing a good job, we're writing, we're getting this out there, but something's not meshing, it's not clicking, let me know. It always is helpful if there is a particular thing that you know you're wanting to get out of this, let me know. I'd be happy to break it down. But let's run it from the top.
Clean cut preacher man said it, opened up a red letter Bible and he read it. 5-point alliterated sermon to read.
It's at the link in my bio. We're just closed up for today. We'll be live again tomorrow, probably around 11 a.m.
Not a surrogate of somebody else's dream. Got a Jesus so small, he fits right there in your pocket.
I like the bass introduction too.
Little pew bound, isn't it? Without the spirit, you're illiterate. Like a toddler with a dictionary. Don't have a clue what the word means. Life's feeling anemic a little bit. Surely there's got to be something more to it. Take this sermon and I'll take go box.
Okay, really quick. I'm going to back it up here for a second. There's not much that I think a lot of what I hear is y'all just needing to like start going through the mixing process. It's like, it's a little bit of just gain control, leveling, balance, some positioning, some little things in there that are just y'all needing to go through that process, where it's not like I can just tell you, this needs a better balance, but like, yeah, we haven't mixed it yet. So it hasn't gone through those stages. So some of this is just like really good production. It's good, interesting instrumentation. I like the simplicity of this, the B major, A major. It's like simple, it's clean. It gives you some tension and some anticipation for when the next sections start coming into play. I mean, y'all are doing a good job. I'm not mad at what I'm hearing at all. One little thing that I'm listening for is that there's parts where I wish the dynamics were a little bit more broad, where when we introduce something, it did shift the energy a little bit more. When that bass comes in, I loved that. I mean, like I mentioned a second ago, I love that introduction of the bass when it comes in. I wish that triggered another like layer. I wish that kind of like triggered another moment little coming in, either like a really soft like analog synth that just kind of plucks in the background, gives you a little bit of energy. I think a Rhodes would actually be beautiful. Like, hold on one second. I'm going to back it up here. The North, welcome into the chat. I'm going to throw up stage 73 here really quick, because that's what I'm imagining actually. Where's my stage 73? A little bit of a phaser on it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, hold on. Let me see over here, because this plugin is massive. Why is this plugin so massive? Jake, welcome in. We're closed for today, but we're going to be live again tomorrow morning, probably around 11 a.m. Thank you so much for tapping in, though. I appreciate you being here. So definitely make sure you're following, tap in then, and we'll open up the lines again. But yeah, we're closed up for today. Okay, real quick. Let's just open these up. Where's my phaser? And I'll kind of show you what I'm imagining, and then of course, whether or not you do this is just creatively, completely up to y'all. There's no pressure to do anything with this. I'm just gonna toss out some ideas. So we have this. love Rhodes. I love Rhodes so much. It's such a freaking gorgeous instrument. It's such a gorgeous instrument. I'm obsessed with it. I want one so bad, but they're too damn expensive. Okay, let's give this a little bit of edge right here. So here's kind of what I'm thinking. We just need to follow. I'm gonna bring this output down a little bit. Output down a little bit. We can close this up a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna back this up here. So when this bass comes in my brain, we just need more information in there. I know the group is small. It's just 3 of y'all, and so you could, if you were performing and stuff, and you had to have some backtracks or something like that, or some filler, or some way that you can fit more in. I think it'd be helpful, just to be able to compete with enough loudness and with enough information in the mix. But on studio record, at least, I would love to have just like one other little lane here. So when that bass starts to move and it starts to introduce more elements here, I would love for like either like a piano to come in really soft, or a Rhodes in the background just to follow the beat of A. So.
And to wonder what it even means. Not a surrogate of somebody else's dream. Got a Jesus so small, he fits right there in your pocket.
Here.
Face a little pew-bound, isn't it? Without the spirit, you're illiterate. Like a toddler with a dictionary. Don't have a clue what the word means. Life's feeling anemic a little bit. Surely there's got to be something more to it.
Even if it was just like really, even if you didn't do any of the flair.
In your pocket, else's dream. Got a Jesus so small,
I'll just play literally just the chords. No movement.
Face a little pew-bound, isn't it?
A2, B2.
Spirit, you're illiterate. Like a toddler with a dictionary. Don't have a clue what the word means. Life's feeling uneven
Just as simple as that.
a little bit. Surely there's got
Wakes up the song pretty dramatically. Otherwise, from a dynamic standpoint, it takes a pretty good amount of time for us to start to feel more of like the warmth and the openness of the song. And that's not just mix. That's also what exists in the mix. So whether you have a Rhodes like that, what's up, Luke? Welcome in. Good afternoon, good morning, good night. I appreciate you tapping in. Whether you introduce like a soft piano, or I love the Rhodes. I think it's a great sound. But something like the Rhodes in the background right there, like a CP200, something like that, having just that little bit of warmth in the mix, it just opens things up pretty dramatically. And what it does for me, even if it's incredibly subtle in the background, is the Rhodes, man. It's just so, because here's what we're dealing with here really quick. Just
else's dream. Got a Jesus so small, he fits right there.
so then this comes in. We're still waiting to kind of open it up a little bit more. But if when the bass comes in, just a little bit of texture, a little bit of movement, it opens up. So what I would recommend, however, again, obviously it's yours, right? It's your track, your inspiration, your creativity. As you're working this out with the band and you're producing this and you're writing the music and something like that, if you can stair step your dynamics a little bit more. So bass comes in, beautiful. We add a little bit of Rhodes, beautiful. Maybe you start the second verse and you empty out, no Rhodes again. And then second half of the verse, boom, we add the Rhodes in one more time. So on and so on, right? Like we open it up a little bit and we push and pull the dynamics a little bit more so it fills out a little bit more. You do a great job on the vocal side. Right now they're very dry. They need to get mixed. You're in the process of that already. Right now it's super, super dry on the vocal side. So we can just, that will just happen as it happens. But I'm not too worried about the vocal side because I just know that that's gonna exist in a really beautiful way whenever that does happen. But on the actual like what's in the production and what's happening in the production, that's where I want you to fill out just a little bit more. I want you to lock into it a little bit more. Is the session player? Wait, oh, that is. I know that's I don't know that sample anywhere. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, let's get into the next little session here. But that to me is like one of the Luke, we're closed for today. I got like one more song in me, and then we're out of here. But we'll be live again tomorrow morning. So if y'all want to submit your music, you want to open up the line, we can absolutely do that. And even if I wasn't doing you and adding someone else in, there's like 35 other people that are still in line and that were there. And so yeah, I got like one more song in me. I think Starkovich is going to close us out actually with some lo-fi. I love the variety that we get here. But yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow. So probably 11 a.m. Central-ish time. We'll open up the lines again. We'll get a nice batch of new music in here, and we'll call it a day. It'll be fun. All right, let me get this. Let me get a little bit deeper into the song here too. Oh, okay. So a Rhodes comes in, it stair steps a little bit farther. I should have just listened for like another 10 seconds. We would already.
Keep on for half price next time.
Yeah. Okay. You should have told me. Okay. There is one that comes in. So personal preference, maybe just move it up a little bit, like because it comes in, it does almost exactly what I'm talking about, and I love that it exists there. I just didn't catch it the first time. I think we probably just stay in that dynamic a little long. So I think probably just introducing it a little bit earlier will help the song move along faster. It'll feel like it grows a little bit quicker. So anyways, now that I'm hearing, I'm like, oh, good, it's there. Maybe just push it a little bit earlier in the song if you feel up to it. Facts.
If you wanna walk right, you gotta stop dragging your feet.
I like the tone of the guitar.
You gotta sit down and eat. If you want a little peace when you lay down to sleep, you gotta know what you really
Yeah.
what you
I feel that. And that's where taste comes in, right? That's where obviously what their vision for something is and how they execute it can help. The other thing would be, because what I'm kind of feeling, welcome in from Argentina. Appreciate you tapping in on the purple app. I see you. Thanks for tapping in. Play around with it. The other thing is, for me at least, sometimes if something feels too dry or too open, my attention actually starts getting pulled away to like look at other stuff, right? It's like, imagine there's like a blank room and there's only like 3 things in it, and you're going to be drawn to whatever those 3 things are. But if there's a little bit more in there, you might see a fuller picture. So what I would maybe do, even if you don't introduce the Rhodes, is do a barely there 20 dB in the background, little pad or a little like high string that's just it just kind of barely sits way in the background. And as soon as the bass comes in, you get a little bit of glue, because I think and that won't be distracting from the vocal at all, right? Like the vocal is going to sit at the forefront, because I think what's happening is it just still feels too empty. There's no glue, and I like the early moments, right? So the thing that the Rhodes gives me is glue. That's what you accomplish later on with the guitar and the Rhodes when it comes in. It gives you that glue. It connects everything. So early on, I think what I'm missing for that long of a period of time, whether you do it with the Rhodes or you do it with something else, is there's a lot of separation between bass, between the drums and the vocals, and it just kind of feels empty. I don't mind starting super dry and super empty, but I think sooner than later, we're going to want more energy in the mix, more things happening in order to make sure that we kind of get pulled into the next section. So even if you just do like a really high string and it's like 2 octaves up and you barely even hear it, but it acts as glue that's not distracting from the vocal, and then the Rhodes comes in and you can kind of pick it up from there. Something in that vein. Saltita, do you feedback on metal stuff? Yeah, 100%, absolutely. Almost every single live stream, we have a variety of probably 7 or 8 different genres that come in. I mean, we're coming from like a blues country record to kind of like a grungy alternative rock track, and after this, we're about to hear a lo-fi beat. We're all over the place. So we get a ton of variety as far as styles and different genres and stuff like that. Welcome in, Jenna. I like those delays too.
Revival services quarterly, but ain't nobody living. I'm only seeing the walking dead. Why are we high-fiving each other, then saluting our bandwagon friends? While people are dying across the street, we're singing hallelujah, bless God, and amen.
Tap in tomorrow. Tap in tomorrow. Make sure that you're following on Twitch. And then, yeah, tap in tomorrow. We'll be live around 11 a.m. Central Time if you're able to. And we'll be on for a couple hours. So we'll be on for a bit. But we're closed for today. This is one of our last songs. We got like one more after this one. And then we'll be live again tomorrow.
Wonder if we'd even recognize him if he
I'm
walked
excited for you to dig into the vocal because it's a really nice, good, clean, transparent vocal right now. I'm excited for it to have slightly tighter dynamic range, tighter compression, and a little bit more structure to it. Harmonies are beautiful. I think the vocal positioning is fantastic. The song is really, really good. You have an awesome voice. All of this is working together beautifully. Obviously, right now it's just dry. Right now it doesn't really have much going on it. So I'm excited to hear once it has a little bit more of that polish because what's there is nice. I feel it for about, for most of the stuff that I'm hearing right now. It all sounds good. Just needs some of its positioning.
building up our big kingdoms of sand. How to put
One thing I would maybe suggest as well is these drums, especially if this is what's going to be on, which is perfectly fine. If this is what's going to be on the record, and it's like Session Drummer and Logic, or like there's one in Contact that I have too. That's also a thing called Session Drummer. It's a different kit though, but if that's what you're going to use in there, having some other stuff on there that makes it feel a little bit more natural to some of the other, connected to some of the other amounts that you have in there will be really, really helpful as well. Because you have, acoustic guitars and we have, obviously really natural lead vocals, good bass line and some other stuff in there that I think is really, really nice. But it can be beneficial to like send that drum set into a room on an aux. That can be really, really helpful. A little bit of tape saturation goes a long ways. I'll actually just show you really, really fast and we'll move on to the last song because I got to. So let me see this real quick. I'm going to go to Labs just because Labs has some good natural drums. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So even like these are free. These are free drums. Okay, this is a good sounding drum set. I mean, these are obviously like sampled real drums, but what I'm going to do just for the sake of giving it a little bit of a more like natural feel and a little bit more color. Of course, I got you. And drums are hard. Like the other hard thing with the drums is sequencing like a drummer. So this is easier if you like do EDM and like pop and hip hop and electronic music and stuff like that, where you're programming drums, you don't have to worry about what it really is doing. But when you're sequencing a VST as a live drum, oftentimes I see this in metal a lot, especially, but also in stuff like what you're doing. It's a little bit more contemporary, like you, and even like indie. It can sound really unnatural, and like that can kind of suck because you're like, I want this particular feel, but then I have these like really digital drums, and I don't love the way that they feel. Just a quick note on what you're doing. If you haven't already, get Spitfire Labs. Spitfire is one of the biggest sample-based companies in the world. They do a lot of orchestral stuff. Like Hans Zimmer has his libraries with Spitfire, and you can play his strings. And the Abbey Roads, studio in London, like all this stuff. They have something called Labs. If you don't have it already, it's absolutely free. Everything on there is free. And they just have small sample packs of these bigger things that they do. So they'll just, instead of having 200 drums and stuff like that, they have three. They have three of them, but they're like real live tracked, fantastic. Like they're just as good as a lot of other stuff. Like I use their vintage, like the 1970 guy. If you want like more vintage stuff, like these like dark, heavy. If you want like dead 60 stuff, and then they have these like and they have a lot of their like really good samples. So when you're actually putting them in a mix, they sound more like real drums. Okay, but that being said, this is just one of their drum sets that they have in there. And they have gigs. I probably have 70 gigs of free instruments, strings, synths, basses, drums, percussions, pads, bells, weird flutes, some weird thing from over here. They have an infinite amount of stuff you can get. So all I'm going to do really quick, I'm going to add a room, just two things really quick. I'm going to add a room. Yeah, it's works with anything. Absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the Sound City Studios. I love Sound City Studios. You don't have to use these plugins. You could just add a room reverb, and I can kind of show you what that is meaning here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a room here. So we got drums. We're going to go live. And we're going to do reverb. Beautiful, beautiful. And then what we're going to do with this reverb is I'm going to send the drums first. Let me do one more thing first. I'm going to take these free drums and I'm going to saturate them. So the way I'm going to do this is just with a tape saturator. I'm just going to give it, actually, I'm going to use an emulation of an old DAC. So you hear that? I mean, this sounds kind of crazy. That's crunchy, nasty. I can dial this back, obviously. And we're just going to give it a little bit of edge. It's going to feel more like vintage. It's going to have more like color and texture. It's not going to be as like VST digital drum. Addie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So I'm going to give it just the plugin that I'm using for, so the drum is on Spitfire Labs. It's a free kit. The saturator that I'm using, the preamp that I'm emulating is Decimort 2. And it's an MPC 60, like vintage MPC DAC saturator. It's like I'm pushing the preamp on that. And that's that little bit of crunch, just a little bit. I'll bypass it. It's got a little bit more weight to it now, so it doesn't feel as like thin and tinny. It's got a little bit of like texture, a little bit of color to it. Decimort 2 is great for stuff like this. Now I'm going to send this into a room just for the sake of like kind of talking you through just like what the difference would even be of having like the dry drums, which I'll play in a second. And we'll go aux 1 here. Where's my aux 1? There it is. And now we're going to I'm going to take these dry drums and I'm just going to pipe it into a room that I've created in Sound City Studios. So you can hear the room. That's the room. I'm going to pull it back a little bit. Dry. Little bit of room. It feels a little bit more as opposed to, I back this off. Nothing wrong with this. It sounds fine, right? It's just so direct and so clean that having just a little feels more natural. It feels more like you're hearing it in a space. It's got like a little bit more extra movement to it than it just being super dry. So if you take, again, how you do this, you could literally do this with stock plugins. You get the free drum set off Labs that I'm playing, or just take your drums, right? Take literally your drums, saturate it a little bit, saturate it just a little bit. So you create some harmonics. It feels like it's got more weight to it, more presence to it. You can push it louder without it sounding nasty. Give it a little bit of saturation and then send it into a stock room reverb and just set it into a little bit of space. And it just won't feel so direct and so tinny and so dry. It'll open it up quite a bit more. All right, let me get back to my piano here and then we'll get into the next section here. That alone will take like pretty, and some of it is programming, right? Some of it is like more ghost notes and being, getting into the MIDI and pulling things off the grid a little bit. So every other hi-hat, you actually move a millisecond off of the grid so it's not perfectly quantized. Like there's a lot of little things in here that you can do to like make VST drums feel as real drums and make it really nuanced, but that takes some like digging into it and like changing velocity. Nothing's rigid, nothing's locked in. What you can and maybe should do, it will really help. If you don't have a drummer, you just have to like replace the effort and the money of hiring a session drummer and being with a drummer and getting all of that figured out and miking up a kit and mixing it with the effort that it takes to really fine tune sequencing, in a VST. Let me get a little bit later into the song here at the end here. No, I feel it. The drums are expensive. I know I work as a session drummer, so I know how much it costs to hire session drummers. It's not cheap. It's not a cheap thing to do, and it's like you can easily before you even talk about like mixing and mastering and like paying for distribution and stuff like that, you're dropping hundreds of dollars just on a drummer. So the thing that I always tell people, and this is a great rule for anybody to follow, is if you are not going to hire the thing to fix your pain point, definitely put in the time and the energy and your own, time as a resource for you to make it work. So if you're not going to spend the money to have a drummer fix the issue, right? If you're not going to spend the money there, then spend the time, spend the 3 hours to change slightly the velocity of every single time your hi-hat hits so that it feels a little bit more natural. Spend another 30 minutes to find a better room reverb in Logic to send the drums into and filter through a couple of them to see what works so that you get the best sound from the drum, right? If you're not going to spend the money, spend the time. We're spending somehow, right? We're either going to just not have something that sounds as good as we want it to, or we spend money, or we spend time. So I would, in your case, if you're obviously not going to hire a session drummer, which are very expensive, I know, then spend the time to pipe into a room, find a saturator, even a free one, like I'm saying. Saturation Knob by Softtube is also fantastic. That's a free plugin. Eventually, but not 100%. Yeah, I get it. And the other thing you can do too is decide where you spend the money, right? Because for most people, for the vast majority of people, especially nowadays, you can't, hiring, because for you in your situation, we're like, okay, I'm filling up a little bit more of a band. I need to hire a drummer. Do I need to hire someone to do this as well? Do I need to hire a mixing engineer for a couple $100? Do I need to spend another $150 for a mastering engineer? Do I need to and then before you know it, every idea costs you $800. You know what I mean? Like every idea that you just want to get out to the world is $900. And most people don't have the capacity to do that. So sometimes what you can do is just be like, okay, I'm not going to hire a session drummer. I'm going to do the work. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do the work and maybe only try to get someone. I'm even going to try to get our mix as good as possible. I'm going to get it as beautiful and as balanced as possible, as clean as possible. And then just spend $100 on mastering. I'm going to spend $150 for an analog master or something like that so that it has that warmth and the loudness and the width that we want out of our record. And you can just prioritize. Yeah, you can just prioritize kind of where you're at. But the thing that will always come into play, the thing you'll always run into is the better your source and your tracking, your plugins, your whatever, the better that is, the better the mix will be. The better the mix is, the better the master will be. If there's the master will be. If there's holes in that leading back, that's where you'll feel frustrated that you're not getting the result that you want. We were like, we did all the stuff, but the master still kind of sucked, but we spent money on the master. So what's going on? Because all of those early stages. So you're doing all the right stuff. I don't need to harp on this anymore. I'm going to hear the end of the song, but I think you're doing all the right stuff. I mean, you have great musicianship, good clean structure. We can dig into the drums a little bit more. I'm excited to hear where the process vocal goes and just kind of how that fits into the mix. But instrumentally, energetically, where you're adding in these guitars, you're adding in these layers. It really is a vibrant mix. It does have a lot of energy to it. So I'm absolutely loving the work that you're doing. Just keep chipping away at the process. Y'all are talented. You got it. Crane, good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. All right, let me hear the last 20 seconds here. I got to get out of here.
You gotta sit down. You want a little peace when you lay down to sleep. You gotta know what you really
Dude, there's some awesome session drummers out there. Y'all, please show some love. Yeah, there's some great, I mean, I've worked with some people that are just top shelf. I mean, they're just, Grammy nominated saxophonists and trumpeteers. Just amazing people. There's some talent out there. And not everyone's expensive. Not everyone's expensive. There's I know what I charge for session work and I know what some of the people around me charge for session work, and it depends on a lot of people's capacity, but there's also people out there that will, you want them to play guitar on the song. Yeah, send me $50. I'll play some clean lead guitar on the song. Or you want a pedal steel? Yeah, send me $75. And not everyone is $400 a session or $800 for a day for, Jake Reed or something like that. There's a lot of people out there that are very, 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 very talented that just, it's not even a big part of their business. They just do it and it's fun and it's fulfilling for them. And so you can always find some people that are willing to show up, that do the thing that you're looking for. Crane, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love. Y'all, please show some love to Rachel Arnold right here in the chat. What You Really Believe by Somehow Related. I love what you're doing. So anyways, I'm not even saying that because you need a session musician. I'm mainly just saying that in response to Benjamin. There's some people out there that aren't too crazy. And I think when you find those people, it can be really helpful I even know people that will do it for splits. They're like, I'll play guitar or keys for free if you give me 10% or, something like that, it's like Shark Tank or something like that. But I've done stuff in every different format, depending on the song. But y'all show some love. I love what y'all are doing. I think y'all are awesome. I think y'all are fantastic. Starkovich, you're going to close us up. Starkovich, you're going to close us up. I got to get out of here. I'm going to lose my voice, and I need to eat and to get some water in a second. So Starkovich, let me know if you're in the chat. I went for a lo-fi chill vibe. It's a demo, so I want to know what could possibly be fixed. Let's get it. Starkovich has been here. I think Starkovich was one of the first people to submit, and he's here 4 hours earlier. So let's get into it. This is going to close this out. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you so much, Rachel. Thanks for tapping in. But let's close it out here with Insomnia by Starkovich, and then we'll be live again tomorrow. Let's see. Say hey, cars left work. At home, enjoy the weekend, folks. I appreciate you, Benjamin. Appreciate you. Why is this not loading? Give me 1 second. Keep in mind, anybody that is left up on the board as well, you will always be boosted the next live as well. So next time you come in, you submit for free, and I will add more to your credit. That way you can get heard a little bit sooner the next time you come in. We did that with people today, did it yesterday. We've done that for the last 3.5 years. That way, if you need to get saved, if I don't have time to hear it, or you have to leave for any reason, you don't show up, I'll always make sure that we add tiers the next time that we go live. That way you can get a little bit of a boost as well. All right. Let's load it up. There we go. Insomnia by Starkovich. Let's run it. I'm gonna lose my voice. Talk to me about the production. Talk to me about what you did in this. Is like a sped up sample, right? Got you. Hell yeah. Welcome back, Magic. Let's go. I love that. Welcome to the industry. It's a crazy place. Let's go, Starkovich. That's awesome. Proud of you for releasing that. That's great. All right, y'all show some love. Run. Yeah, run. It is crazy. Megan, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Welcome into the stream. We are closed to submissions now, y'all. This is our last track of the day. We'll actually move pretty quick through this one. And then I will be out of here, but we will be live again tomorrow. Yeah, sounds good. I love that. We'll be live again tomorrow. So definitely tap in tomorrow. Make sure that y'all are following, and we'll open up the lines again. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Let's run it from the top. So like you said, there's a couple things going on here. Aesthetic-wise, Megan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Aesthetic-wise, I think you're doing the right thing, right? Where you're looking for kind of like a low fidelity, kind of filtered down, warbled vinyl crackle feel, right? We got that lo-fi feel that I think is great. The only thing you're running into now is you have resampled a bunch of old beats, right? Something chill. Exactly. I think you've nailed that part. The aesthetic of it, I think you've locked it in. The thing that you're running into is you have sampled a bunch of different old beats of yours and put them together, and matched BPM, which is fine. Like we sped up these guitars and moved some other things around to make it work. The only problem that I'm running into is I think every single one of them are in different keys. So the BPM is now matched, and they're all the drums with the sample, with the guitar and the vocal chop in the background. Those are all working together fine, but the key that they're in is all different. So it's making it really, really, almost frustrating to listen to, just because there's so many different. Some of them are A sharp. So the thing that, jazzy Magic is jazzy, and some of them are E, right? So what's happening is we have like these happening at the same time, right? Here's an E major. Here's there's a G sharp. Here's the A sharp. Here's the E. So what we need to make sure is that they're all in the same key. They all need to be in the same key or relative keys, depending on what it's doing. It kind of depends on how you train your ear for this. We need to make sure that they're all in the same key. So if you're in A sharp and E, we're right there. What you need to do is like find your bass line. So let's start from the top. We'll walk through this real quick. This is the biggest thing you need to focus on. So here. And then this guitar is E minor, right? So the guitar is in E minor. We have some in A, some in E minor, some in A sharp, right? So we have all these different things happening at the same time. So what I would do, now ear training, yeah, 100%. So now what you need to do is just take some of these other samples and get everything in E minor. So when the next layers come in, if this is all in E minor and then something else comes in and it's in A sharp, right? We need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 semitones up. So if there's a vocal sample in A sharp, go to the pitch of that vocal sample in A sharp and pitch it up 6 semitones. And then it'll all be in E minor. Everything will work. So if you find something and it's in D minor, yeah, it's gonna sound out of place because they're all, it's like what it sounds like is 5 songs playing at the same time, all doing their own thing, same time, but all kind of doing their own thing because nothing matches, right? So if you all of a sudden, if you want the piano and the guitar, which are your main things, and the drums, piano and guitar are in E minor, and you want to lock that in. The song is now in E minor. That's what you want your core track to be in, E minor. If that's in E minor and that's locked in, now we need to take the the A sharp with the vocal or whatever, bring it up to E. If something else is in, F major, right? Then we need to bring that back down to the E minor. Take anything that is outside, because the guitar and the piano is your main instruments in here. Since those are in E minor, take everything that is not in E minor or G major. It's the same thing. They're relative keys. They need to either, if it's a major loop or it's a major sample, make sure that it's G major. If it's a minor loop or a minor sample, make sure it's E minor. That's the same scale. That's all the same as the E minor. Right, same thing. So E minor and G major are gonna be doing the same thing. So if you have a major in there, make sure it's G. If it's a minor, make sure it's E. That alone will line everything up for you, and it'll transform the way that this feels. That guitar's in a different key right there. Slide that back down into either G major or E minor. That's like the only thing you need to work on for this. Because like I can imagine what this feels like. I can use my musical imagination to kind of be like, what could this possibly be? Like what are we listening for right here? And I can tell that there's some cool things that are happening. There's cool things that are happening. But it's hard for your brain to like register them and latch onto them because of the different keys. If you get those different keys down, it'll transform the way you hear your music. It's gonna be different. I will make sure I check that. Yep, 100%. So anytime you drop in a loop, if you're using Splice, you're using just something built into the DAW, you're just dropping in some random samples or making them yourself, then just check the key. Oftentimes when you're dropping in loops or using Splice, you can just filter by key too. So you go to, lo-fi drum loop or whatever, and you can filter by the BPM, make sure it's 120 and so on and so on. That'll help. Get all those locked together, synced up. Let me get to the last section here. Because I still want to hear this, right? This is the chords that are supposed to be there. But you can't make out because the guitar is in A sharp major, right, or whatever it may be. But if we got back to a place where we're hearing like that, now we have more of a record, right? It feels more like a song. It's all pointed in the same direction. Yeah, lo-fi beat. But it's actually like, I think 5 or 6 different old beats that they kind of spliced together, some of the old stuff in there. And a lot of them are in a different key. So that's kind of what we're hearing there. But if you just take that main progression, with those drums, like, I mean, now it feels a little bit more like, like the lo-fi record that I think you're wanting it to be. Are you doing trap songs? No, not at all. In fact, this is the only one that has that kind of a drum structure that we've heard today. Most everything else that we've heard today has been all over the place. We've had some rock, we've had some rap, we've had some pop, we've had some country, we've had some blues. We've had some EDM records in here. It's been all over the place. Threw it together in 40 minutes. Yeah. See, now that you threw it together and your format is pretty good, your dynamics are pretty good. Now we can go in and polish, right? Now we can go in and layer in a way that feels a little bit more intentional and lines up all of those key elements in the background. That to me is where you're going to get the most value out of this. Y'all show some love, man. Sife, welcome in. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you hopping into the stream. We're right at the end right now. That is our last song of the day, but y'all show some love to Starkovich. Thank you so much for your patience, man. I appreciate you sending that in. I'm excited for you to work on that. I'm excited because you obviously have an ear for the structure. We just got to get an ear for the key now. That's gonna be the biggest thing for you. But y'all, please show some love. That is gonna close us up. We are going to be live again tomorrow morning Central Time, so probably around 11 a.m. ish. We'll tap in. We'll open up the lines again. Anyone who's saved will be boosted. But just keep in mind, make sure, okay, good. I'm glad. I try. I do my best. Make sure that y'all are following on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube, subscribed where it makes sense. Any genre. We've had we did, I think, like 11 songs today, 12 songs today, something like that. And we probably heard 9 different genres. It's been all over the place. We're leaving. That was our last song. I've been on for 4.5 hours. DS, thank you for the follow. Make sure y'all are followed on TikTok. Make sure you're subscribed on Twitch and YouTube, which we're live on as well. And we will be back on tomorrow around 11 a.m. Central Time. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have an amazing rest of your evening, and hopefully we'll see y'all very, very soon. Peace.